today.
In Facebook? Your Facebook status?
Please update your Facebook statuses. The show has begun. Hello,
Alright,
everybody.
Meetings.
Everyone's on screen right now. How's everyone doing? Ooga booga.
Oh, wait, good.
Hi, guys. It's been like a second.
Oh, well.
It's been a little minute.
I'm back from the war.
Club is
Oh my
back from the
God.
war. I am back from the war. Bear and Aman have died in the war. No, Bear should be joining us. Aman will not be joining us tonight. We'll get more into that in a little bit. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. It's so good to be here. We have quite a lot to catch up on this session. It's been 3 weeks. There's a lot going on. Introducing a new character and then disappearing for half a month. We'll jump right into it. It's good to have Club back. We'll get Niall back in. Right now, you and Aman are just shopping somewhere, so we'll figure out a way for you to bump in to them. Yeah, I think we're pretty much ready to go. Aqua's gonna throw us through a recap. Aqua, what kind of funky beats you want? I'll give you 3 names to choose from with no context, okay? You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Heroes Wanted, What the Funk, or No More Time?
Ooh. I think
Oh, my soul. I love them all. Wait. I swear too much. So we'll go with what the funk.
Okay. I think we've used this one before, but it's dope as hell.
Wait, if we have,
I
then,
can't remember,
then...
man. They're all the same, I think. Let's just find out. Let's just see what it
it's the
is.
same song, just different parts of the song.
Okay, well let me turn it up slightly. No, I feel like an anime character with this shit. All right, let's go. No, it's gonna distract me. I have to turn it down.
Immediately turns it down.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna get distracted. Okay. I can try to match the beat though. Ready. Previously on 3 death saves. I can't do it. We find Soren.
We'll all groove out while you're
alley.
recapping.
All right. We find Soren alone. I'm just like one of those like fighter characters that you see in the video game. It's just like, all right, let's go. Anyways, so we find Soren alone in the alleyway, staring at this beautiful mural of his mother and stepbrother. And Kuno? Nani? He takes a moment to try to understand. You can't laugh.
What do you mean I can't laugh?
To try to understand what he's looking at, but investigates around him for any more clues besides the blood trail that leads him to there to begin with. As he was doing so, he heard whispering. And who doesn't like a good whisper? I mean, come on. So Soren sneaks to this mysterious voice to discover, I gotta put my hands down, to discover that it's just some bald dude muttering something while standing above a dead looking body. Okay, so maybe it's not some dude. The bald man disappears, and Soren takes this opportunity to investigate the body, but only to discover a knife in his back. Gasp! The bald man whispers to Soren, "There shall be no witnesses." And with that, what do you know? They start to hit each other a little, which at one point, Baldy flees, then bumps into a particular character, a half-elf gnome, my god, that's a tongue twister, named Miko. Then gets a gut feeling that she should help out Soren, this mysterious man, to stop Mr. Bald. So you got punch, blood, and any kind of spells. These are the key ingredients to winning against Baldy, who FYI died and turned into dust, armor and all. This unlikely duo head to the Ivory Throne. Baldy. Fucking suck it. Sorry. Anyways, where was I? This unlikely duo head to the Ivory Thorn Tavern to just have a little chat about what happened and that maybe they could help each other. But it's way past everyone's bedtime, so they decide to continue this conversation in the morning. Now, morning comes. Oh, it gets juicy. Everyone just goes downstairs to get breakfast / discuss the day's plan as they wait for Soren and Kuno to join. Shortly after that, Nico also joins the group to further discuss with them what she and Soren... I missed a sentence. Wait a minute. Back up. What the fuck? Okay. Eventually, Soren does rejoin the group, but to give them the awful news of Kuno and this mural. Literally the saddest day of my life. Okay, shortly after that, Nico also joins the group to further discuss with them that she and Soren were talking about. AKA, she'll help him for Kuno if we help her find her missing professor. I was gonna make it Professor Oak. That's what I was thinking. Anyway, so the group splits up to find more clues at the mural and maybe more information at the Wizard School District, AKA that's where Amon and Niall are at. So I don't know what they're. Yeah. Anyways, group mural. So discover that the sun in the mural actually had rituals around it that looked like a type of portal. Moss did sense, though, that this portal was a one-time use, so the group will have to figure out another way to get Kuno back. Nico discovers, as we discuss a plan of attack, that Soren is being accused of murder of one of the most powerful family members in Flintgate. That Soren is being wait, where am I? I gotta stop looking away from my screen.
Don't worry, we'll cut all the mistakes
AKA.
out in post, I promise.
No, it makes it better if that helps. Anyways, Nico is now questioning if she chose the right group to help her out. Don't blame her. The group decided to stop at Nico's lab for now to think of other options or clues for portal stuff and need to take the trolley/chain to get
Quirky
there.
portal stuff, you know?
Well, if we're going to be honest, this is literally Aqua's memory as well.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Wait, Inter train station is the stop to get to the. Oh God, I saw this word. I went, oh, my soul. The Celadonian district.
Celadonian, yeah, you got it.
Cool. And that is where the session ended. The date is the 30th of Banolf.
So, yes,
Banner.
Niall, it is the 30th, by the way.
Yikes.
Ew. Yikers.
Zoinks.
Great recap, considering A, how long ago last session was, and B, how nonsense it was, because we kind of jumped everywhere. That
is just unfortunately my notes. I
was
literally jot everything.
Oh, Mark in the chat recaps, but it's just a mistake. Yeah, I'll cut out all the actual lore that she recalled and just
we need a
post
compilation by the end of the year.
Yeah, 100% of
Bubbly is trying. I know.
Bubbly unable to remember
Just
key
wait till I
details.
start doing the recaps.
It's just a bad mix when you're probably the most detailed note taker.
Yeah. There was I had like maybe 10 other sentences in this. I'm like, no, this is important.
Scratch
just get rid of that.
Scratch that out.
And then I'm just like, it doesn't flow with the story that I'm going to try to do.
Exactly,
so you know what? Just crumple it up, throw it on the
That's
back.
honestly how I feel when I'm writing recap, because I'm like, I don't want to focus just on myself because I only remember some of myself.
Yeah, what
some
about
of
the
stuff
memes?
myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to put in a little bit of meme sometime.
All right. It is the 30th of Bano. You guys have been in Flintgate for like 3
2
days?
days.
2 days?
2 days.
I think 2 days.
It's been not that long.
Yeah, it's only been 2 days.
Actually, wait. It's been a day.
Is it literally just been one single day?
No, we got there at night. We went to bed.
No, we got there in the morning.
No, Mac is right. You guys got there in the morning.
Right.
Paid for rooms and then went out and did your stuff and then came back, and that's when Kuno got kidnapped. So you slept that
And the
night.
next day.
We slept, so now it's the next day, but I thought it was the end of the day that we went to the lab because it took about like 4 hours to fucking get to our
I think it's the middle of the day.
I think it's mid-afternoon on the 30th, so this will be a second night here. Yeah.
So it's been a day and a half.
It's been a day.
God damn.
It's been less than 48 hours.
That's true.
Okay, that's a better way of putting it.
Listen, who tells time here? Let's be real.
No.
Time is a construct.
No one wears watches.
Proof.
It's a freckle past a hair.
Is that a fucking Ed and Eddie reference?
God damn it.
No, I literally have freckles all over me, so I always say that.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to start off. First of all, need some tunes. Let's. All my music is just serious. Hold on.
You need a little bit of lighter touch.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing sad gonna happen during the session, right?
Yeah, I might
Right?
get arrested. I might get put to
You
jail
might
and
get put to the sword.
Or I
Yeah.
Probably
might just
get
be
put to
banished, or banished
Yeah.
into another fucking plane of existence. So
Maybe you go to the Feywild and we'll find you anyway.
That's true.
We lost
We'll
our
just banish
mind.
you to the
You know,
Feywild.
How we're gonna
Pick
pick
a
a
nice
sword?
one.
you have been sentenced to Feywild. Well, good thing I need to go there.
Thanks, Tips. All right,
It's
we're
way
just
better
gonna
than the plane of fire.
See you guys
generic
later.
TTRPG 3's got us covered. There we go. Just some generic. All right.
The goldfish.
We are going to start with Niall and Amon.
And muting.
The two of you have spent the day looking for things that will help you in the Feywild. And Niall, I believe you have been on the lookout for this hospital in your dream. It's the end of the month. You know Amon has made a deal with Entity Man in your brain. So you're not sure what's going to happen tomorrow based on the clauses in that deal, if it's going to affect you or not. You really have no idea, but you know what usually happens if you have not finished your contract. You and Amon are looking for... Well, I'll let you decide. It's been a few hours already. You know what Amon has to do in the Feywild. What are you up to?
Like you said, I'm mainly focused on gathering supplies. But while I'm also looking out for things like that, I'm also looking for anything that remotely looks like the hospital I saw in my dream.
Okay. Supplies are easy. You can accidentally walk off of a road and find a general goods store, a supply shop, a potion shop even, depending on anything specific you might be looking for. You have some funds. You're a little bit light in your purse. Actually, I should check. What does Amon have for money? I think he gave most of his money to... Yeah, he's got about 20 gold. He's a little light as well. What sort of supplies are you looking for? You've got rations, you've got your weaponry.
We have endless ration at this point.
Yes, you do.
Actually, I just thought I want to see if I can find materials to fix the musket that I found.
Okay. Give me
That's
an
questions.
investigation check, and I will allow you to add your charisma to this. As you are searching for a shop, but you're also maybe going to convince a blacksmith to lend you some parts. Maybe you're going to visit a barracks. I'll let you decide. But you can add your charisma. So it's going to be a total +9 to this roll.
That is 18.
18. Okay. You check out a few blacksmiths. Most of them, you know, this is Flintgate. This is where the seat of military power on the continent lies. Most people know what guns are, and can provide ample ammunition. No problem. To fix a gun as damaged as your musket that broke during your last battle before leaving the military, it's going to take a little bit more work. You end up working up the courage, or the nerve, rather, to head to a barracks. There are a few in the city, both in the Rustig and beyond. Where do you think you would head? Would you be looking at just the barracks close by? That's, you know, just a local, almost like a protection battalion, like a local training facility? Are you heading to somewhere more prestigious in town?
Probably somewhere of like about the same status as I would have been.
Okay. You were middle of the road in your battalion, but you've made a name for yourself in your earlier years. So you head a little bit northward to the edge of the rustic. So you're still in the peasantry, but somewhere a little bit more proper, I guess, for the type of clientele that you consider yourself. You find a gunsmithy attached to a barracks. Looks to be privately owned, but the barracks being ran by the city, they may have some sort of deal here for materials, not necessarily out of the norm in Flintgate. And the name of the gunsmithy is kind of on the nose for what you've been going through. It is called the Oathbreaker. And it is adjacent and attached to the barracks. So you can go in through the barracks, or you can go in directly to the gunsmithy, whatever you think would be best.
Gonna avoid going into the barracks and just try to go to the smithy first.
All right. Yeah, the shop itself, the interior is made of paneled wood, both the floor and the walls. So kind of like, think of like a 70s bar or something like that, where everything is wood paneling, the furniture, the bar top, the cabinetry is all of the same wood, leading to a very bland looking interior, very well lit. And in fact, there are a wide variety of pistols, rifles, and weaponry that you don't necessarily recognize underneath magical spotlights. These little beads of light that are focused directionally downwards to draw attention to the showcase that they're pointing at. There is a human man, looks to be in his mid-30s, maybe early 40s, pretty young to be owning a shop this high up in the Rustig. Helping a couple other clienteles. You see people in military drab, the gold and green of the Republican Army that you are from. You wait in line, you look around as you're kind of browsing, you see a selection of ammunition, including some enchanted ammunition that offers additional fire damage or explosive rounds. There's a pretty wide selection of stuff, primarily designated for the barracks, but for a higher than normal price could be purchased here directly. Then she reached the front, and the gentleman introduced himself as Bronson. And you, I'm assuming, put your rifle up on the counter for him to look at. Aye, that is a first of all, company issue. You in service?
I was, yes.
Interesting. Just as a common courtesy, if you could please show your papers. Just
Of course.
everything that's above board. Make sure you weren't dishonorably discharged and should no longer be in possession of this weapon. I hope you understand.
Yes, of course. I pull out my military ID. Yes, I served. Here's Alpha. I was the war ended, so .
Yeah, and it includes what station you served in, the name of your battalion, your squadron leader, as well as your full name, which, might get you noticed. Bronson doesn't seem to raise a stink about it, but picks up the weapon and begins to kind of get a feel for it. And if you don't mind me asking, what did you do to this thing? And he's gesturing to like the black markings around the butt of the gun where a bullet misfired and shot backwards, but it seemed to continuously smoke for weeks afterwards. So it looks a little bit odd.
There was a pretty bad misfire.
I'll say. Are you looking to have this repaired or replace it?
If it can be repaired, then I would appreciate it, but if not, I suppose I'll just have to get a new one.
Yeah, it's fairly heavily damaged. I won't lie. We could fix it. Turnaround time though, not too sure. Say, let's see here. Sorry. Yeah, it would probably take me a few days. And with your veterans card, the cost would be waived, but we're looking at least 3 days.
That's understandable. I don't think the time frame will be a huge issue.
Right. Are you going to come back and pick it up? Would you like me to send this somewhere?
I can come back to retrieve it once it's ready.
Sure. Yeah, we'll call it the 3rd. Any time in the afternoon on the 3rd, we should have this fine piece of craftsmanship put back together for you.
Thank you.
Nah, no problem. And he gives you a card with some instructions and your rank and reputation have covered the cost of getting this gun fixed, which would have put you back 300 or 400 gold. Things are fairly expensive to fix with how badly damaged this one is. So your rank and reputation saves you in this rare instance.
The trauma was worth it.
Aman is kind of, he doesn't know anything about guns, but you've talked about how expensive it will be to repair, and he's just like, do we come back and pay for this?
No, seems that my reputation has effectively diminished the cost. If I did have to pay for it, it seems that I would have been severely broke.
Yeah, I'll say. Not too long after, I'll get you to give me another investigation check. This is to look for the hospital.
It's an 8.
Well, we now have a reason for why you and Aman have been out so long. It takes you almost the entire day. But eventually, you find you end up having to head up to a different district. You end up having to head to the Durham Halls, where the diviners are, where the not necessarily religious folk, where the people who are studying the gods. And they work a lot with the Celadonian district, but not in the same what's the word I'm looking for? Not in the same capacity. They focus more on theology and the why and the what and the history than the focuses of the Celadonian district. So you end up heading up to Durham Halls, and you spend quite some time. You spend quite some time trying to get anyone to talk to you, really, at first. It is literally just no one is here to help. No one gives a shit that you are looking for a hospital. This is just not the right area for it. It takes some time for you to even get someone to talk to you, but eventually you do. The person you speak to, a monk of sorts, tells you of a hospital on the edge of the city, in the dorm halls, but a place where those who are considered hopeless go. Terminally ill, cursed, and magic has been unsuccessful. Kind of a lost cause. People who have been, for lack of a better term, written off by society and by people who would be able to do something in most cases. It is called the Mercy Hospital. It is a temple converted into a hospital dedicated to Kaela, and a plea for Kaela's mercy, even. Amon seems a little nervous leading you there. But do you guys head right there? Do you shop around some more? Anything else that you wanted to do before you guys head in?
I'm going over there.
Okay. The edge of the Durham Halls district, where this hospital has been said to be, is colder than the rest of Durham Halls for some reason. There is a sense of what you were told. Hopelessness. There is a noticeable difference in the light provided by those arcane street lamps that hover in the air. It is later in the day. This is roughly around the time where the rest of your party has now entered the Celadonian district. So it's not nighttime, but it is evening. You are starting to lose sunlight. Very obviously, the last building at the end of this pathway to Durham Halls is a large cathedral with a symbol of Kaela and simply the word in Elvish, mercy. The white marble that is flecked with a green, almost like oxidized copper color kind of veins through the architecture of this building. You begin to feel the entity, the excitement.
Keep yourself calm. We can't exactly just kill someone in the middle of a populated area.
As if struck with a backhand, you flick your head to the side and recall the dream. The dozen or so people with the mark of the entity burning in their forehead. You weren't told a number. You remember the room. You remember the hallway. You head in. Inside is a cathedral. There's a short lobby entrance that leads into a row of pews at the far end. There is a dais where someone could preach. This is not a hospital. You see someone in blue, kind of maroon robes, almost like multicolored, depending on how they catch the light. Working on something behind this podium dais at the far end. They're not actively giving a sermon, but they seem to be either preparing for something or cleaning up after a recent event. And they are the only ones in this massive chamber, besides you and Amon.
I'm gonna approach them.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You look up, and as you got closer, you started to take in the details of this woman, appearing humanoid. She's slightly taller than most people would be, besides Moss. It's weird. They're human. This woman is human. And as she goes to respond to you, she covers her mouth with the back of her hand. And in your head, you get a response. What are you looking for?
Take a minute just to deal with the strangeness of what's already happened. Then I reply verbally. I heard that there was some sort of hospital around here. I believe that a family member of mine could possibly be in here.
Make a deception check.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Oh, her modifier's not great. But it was a good roll.
There's a 23.
That beats a 19 plus 2. I rolled a natural 19. Hospital is not what we at Mercy call ourselves. We are the last step in many people's journey. But only on this plane, for our mother waits for us.
Right.
We help those who are unwilling, or in some cases unable, to let go of their material and join our mother in paradise. Your friend is safe with us. But if you wish to visit, say it's been a while, but you may enter the crypt.
Oh, all right then.
Follow me. And she drops her hand, and walks down off the dais and towards you and goes past you to lead you back towards the main lobby. No footsteps, no movement of her body as she seems to glide over the copper-flecked stone floor. You and Amon kind of follow, maybe a few feet behind. And she leads you down. What you failed to notice on your way in was the entrance of the lobby that leads then into the cathedral. There are actually thin hallways carved in, and she leads you off to the left one, so the right from the entrance, and leads you all the way down a tightly spiraled staircase. And it gets colder and colder. You eventually reach a metal hallway. Something familiar to you. You know what door you have to walk through. The woman allows you to walk ahead at the base of the stairs, but as you take a few steps, she is following you.
Is it alright if I go through this door?
Yes, that is a room full of people who have been cursed by the Fey Plague, such as yourself, but have entered the final stage of the plague. Be careful, it is not contagious, but some of their behavior may be considered erratic and scared.
Don't worry, I can defend myself.
As you look in her gold eyes, squint a little bit. It's not brightly lit down here. And squint looking at her face. Make a perception check.
13.
13. Kind of nod. Turn around and open the door. If I could get, just for fun, the other 4 players to roll a d10, please.
Yes, Queen, I will.
I'm in danger.
1.
1,
5.
6,
10.
16. What'd you get, Mac?
I got
5. 21.
21.
God damn it. You walk into a room and there are, with a quick count of the bunks around you, there are 21 occupants. Amon is following you. Do you ask him to wait outside? Do you let him follow? Okay.
As long as he doesn't interfere, then.
She enters the room with you, closes the door, and just stands up against it, calmly waiting for you to point out your friend or whatever is going to happen.
I'm gonna look around for anyone with the mark.
Make a sanity saving throw.
Okay. Forgot what my sanity modifier is, but yeah.
Because you are asking your entity to reveal their mark.
It's a 12 plus I don't know what the modifier is.
for you. It is +1, so 13.
13.
You kind of blink a few times as if there's like sand or dust in your eye or something. There is a small pillar of smoke rising from every bed. Take them all. Quietly.
You can't be serious.
Silence.
I'm going to get caught if I kill everyone in this room.
You feel again, like earlier when you felt yourself get backhanded, you feel like a hand grab your chin and like under your chin and push your head back towards the woman with the gold eyes, and you see a mark on her forehead as well.
And that certainly makes things easier. Get to work then. I'm pulling out my gun. And I'm shooting the woman first.
Roll to hit.
Man, these rolls are fire today.
Oh no.
That's I can't do math. 14.
14. That hits a civilian. AC 11.
Barely.
I believe your base damage of
The D10.
5 with your modifier. Yeah, go ahead and roll. We'll see if you actually kill her or not in one shot.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's total of 8 damage.
Amon watches as you put the gun up over his shoulder and execute the woman with the golden eyes. In a flash, about a third of the people in the room wake up and begin freaking out.
Next, I'm going to take Amon's knife and begin to stab each and every one of them.
Okay. Everybody else.
So,
you guys have
What do you mean?
arrived in the Celadonian district.
We're not important. Go back.
What's happening?
Go back.
I want to see how Niall does this. Are we talking like that one scene in the church where the guy
Yes.
Off of Kingsman,
Yes.
like he just goes all like.
But
Oh
most
my
of them
God.
can't fight back. It is just, yeah. Once you get rid of the people who are conscious, it becomes child's play. But you're there for about an hour. The rest of you, what's up? You guys just got off the train at Anator Station.
Off the train, right? What are we
Mhm.
doing in the Celadonian district again? We're going to see your
Lab.
place.
Yeah, in the lab in the Celadonian district.
Yeah.
Get
I'm
some more
putting
clues
you up.
about the portals
True.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff. Think of all
Some
the
stuff.
stuff.
Freak, look at all the stuff.
Look at
we
all these
find.
things.
All the things.
Yes, because we're waiting, I think, for a day and a half. For,
Yeah, you guys
a certain
have
trial?
to go to trial. So you're
The trial
just
of the century, baby.
Oh,
Imagine the guy who didn't kill someone gets to go on trial, and me, who's killed over 21 people in one day, does not.
in one
Hey,
city.
Yes.
Your actions will have consequences.
What? I don't know what you're
Will
talking
you
about.
learn?
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Will they have consequences?
Will they?
We're in the memes.
Oh.
It's
So
just
far,
me,
I
though.
think the only consequences that are being suffered are the ones being suffered by the people that are being.
Listen, they're doing their best, all right? You guys are the heroes. Just remember that.
Mm.
As long as you
Am
remember
I?
that, everything's
Are we?
fine.
And
I mean, we did kill a whole town.
And when Kyle is in charge or dead, the moral compass will be changed, and then everything will be right.
Exactly.
Aqua, so far.
So far.
So far.
One town so
One survived.
Yeah.
Barely.
I should probably check on Smiley at some point.
Yeah.
It's only been a couple of days, so.
I think he's committing arson.
Oh no. Yeah, you
No,
guys step off
I
into the
definitely told him
Lucidian
not
Plaza, which is off of the
Obsidian Plaza.
Lucidian
Lucidian.
Plaza, into a world outside of reality to all of you except for Nico. There are carriages riding on tracks above your head with mechanical horses that are clomping, but there's no noise.
Nay.
They appear to be flying. There are people on them. There are people hovering up to get to floors of shops that are only accessible via levitation and cannot be accessed by people who cannot cast that spell. There
Just
are
mad.
thousands of reasons to feel like you are in an alien civilization as you begin your path southward through the
Is this
Celadonian district.
Is this kind of similar to the magic tech in the northeast side of?
This is definitely heavily inspired, but this is a whole other level.
Okay, so I'm not as in wonder, but it's still crazy.
You've
to
seen
see.
a lot of clockwork stuff, so like the horses and the carriages aren't super surprising to you. The train, you can kind of wrap your head around, but overall, this is still like, dude,
Lots
if
of
all the
magic.
technology is being built on the East Coast, then why is it all here, and why is this so crazy compared to what you've seen?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, you guys begin walking through. What are you guys doing as you're walking through? You guys have a lot. I know it's been 3 weeks to kind of remember where we left off and stuff like that, but you guys have a couple goals. Obviously,
Mostly to get to the Feywild.
to get to the Feywild, to save the professor who might be able to save Kuno, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a multi-level scheme to scratch one back to get your back scratched and hopefully get Kuno back in one piece out of the mural or pocket
Okay, what-
dimension that the mural leads to.
What time
Mastery
of
stays
day is it?
2D.
This is definitely afternoon. I would say probably around 3 p.m. or so. So you still have quite a bit of sunlight. But just due to how many tall structures are in the Celadonian district, it's darker than what it should be because there's so much of the sunlight is being blocked by
Is there
towers and
artificial light?
skyscrapers. There is. Most of it hasn't turned on yet. It's kind of in that awkward in-between stage at this point, but it likely will turn on soon. The timers haven't been set back due to daylight saving time yet, so it still takes a little bit long for them to activate, It happens.
Did anyone or does anyone know where Amon and Niall are?
I thought they said they were going to a wizard place.
Mhm.
Did they?
They said
I
something
couldn't
about the what district was that's in the oh fuck. Anyway.
I know this question. Oh, no, I don't.
Bum 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 bum.
I believe they said they were going to go.
In the Octorus ring?
Yes, so the Octorus ring
Yeah.
is like the high society area. They were there they
No,
realize
they were going to the pillar. They were going to go to the Pillar of Inquisitry because of Amon, but then they went to Durham Hall in the Pillar of Divinity instead.
they did Niall's stuff first, and we'll see what's happened to Amon due to witnessing that massacre. We'll see. But yes, they said they would likely end up in the Pillar of Inquisitry if they could figure out how to get there, because it's not exactly a tourist attraction. But yeah, you guys are walking down a very, very busy street. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. Yeah, there we go. So many notes for Flintgate. You guys pass through a couple things, and I don't know, Nico, how confident you feel in character, being kind of the tour guide, but you do pass by a couple things that might be worth pointing out. You pass by something known as the Rejuvenation Spire, which is where the High Magister works, and they're kind of point of interest for most of the restorative magic. Not necessarily healing, although that's part of it, but like healing, mending, some of the like nano magical technologies that are being worked on. You do pass quite a ways away from where you're taking the party, but you do end up passing through the Lay Expenditure Authority, which is a big government-looking building. It's cool, though. It's like a series of buildings designed to look like divining rods. And Nico explains that this is basically a power station. This acts as a transformer station for the arcane net, which siphons energy from a ley line that operates below the city and is heavily controlled by the Lay Expenditure Authority and the powers that operate within Celedonia in order to allot that magic to the various wizard towers. A certain portion of that goes to the city to power like the lights and the trains and things like that. And that is all controlled in this building, or a series of buildings that look like giant divining rods. Eventually, another 35-minute walk, you enter the Kinethurge, or the Kenothurge, as in kinetic. A area or collection of buildings around the tower that Nico is taking you that is, well, I'll let Nico describe it if she chooses to, but it is the home or the neighborhood where Nico is taking you guys. As you have traveled for a little bit, I'll let you take over as you guys are getting close to Nico's tower.
Yeah, so as we're walking, it's very busy, but it's starting to thin out a little bit just in terms of the crowd. And kind of around us is just a lot of very utilitarian-looking buildings. Like, they're not pretty, they're not opulent, they're not beautiful. They're just built for a purpose. And then centered in front of us is a large, just circular, very stock standard. You could have picked it out of a catalog tower. Built out of just a gray stone all the way, like 7 or 8 stories all the way up. Very simple looking, nothing fancy. Yeah.
All right.
I'll just lead the party all the way to the front door and open it and walk straight in.
Perfect. What does that first room look like as you step into the foyer? It's a circular tower, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as Nico brings you into the tower, what does the majority of the party see? What does it look like?
Yes, so the main entrance is like a living room, very much dark wood furniture. Everything's upholstered in like old lady couch floral. It's very much looks like your grandmother's living room. There's tchotchke everywhere. It's very cute, but definitely your grandmother's house. Yeah.
Love it. I love it. Yeah, what is the party doing? You guys have walked through this alien world. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm just quiet.
You're stoic. You're grumpy about Kuno, fair enough.
Yeah, Kuno, my fucking child, just got a lot on my mind.
Doing a lot of thinking.
Sorry, Bass?
Your tower looks lovely.
Oh, that's great. Yes, I didn't decorate it. I think it's a little bit, she's very old. The professor, lovely. I'm excited for you to meet her, provided we find her. But it's a decorative choice.
Certainly, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Can respect that.
It's a lot of filigree on the wallpaper. Yes, but I'll show you. There, I have some quarters. There's probably, I don't know, about 30 different people could live here, so you can have your pick of the rooms.
Great.
And then the very top floor, that's where the lab is, so that's where I'll be, because I've work to do. Y'all can come see it, I guess, but...
Right. And our plan for today... We going to be making headway, or what?
Well, we can't really be teleporting today, but I can try to tune the machine in.
My bad.
We're not teleporting, but just if there's anything we need to do to be prepared or to prepare.
Yeah, I think I know it's been a number of weeks. You guys had intended to see where Nico lives to kind of get an idea of, A, for the party, can you trust this person? And see if they're full of shit or not. And also, you've given them the coin from your hat to attune to the Feywild. So, Nico, you can go ahead and kind of calibrate the machine and make sure that it's ready to go. As well as this is a place to sleep that isn't a hotel that you don't necessarily have to pay for. So there's also that. So you've kind of decided to move your kind of camp here. I mean, depends on you. You guys did pay for 2 weeks at the other place ahead of time, which is great. It wasn't that much, but it wasn't zero either. So, yeah, so I think Nico is just going to show you around and kind of give you an idea of what they can provide, and then go from there.
Oh, well, I'd very much like to see where exactly we're going to attune the spell.
Yes. Yes, we'll head up to the top floor. Sorry.
With the attunement, do we have any idea where we're going to end up?
No, that's where I was hoping you, as the Fey expert, being someone from the Fey plane, would come in.
Right. Like, as in knowing where we are when we get there, or...
Yes. I have no leads, unfortunately. I don't know where she'd let. I know she went to the Feywild, but beyond that, and some cobbled together notes, I don't really know where she went.
Yeah, I guess... mistake my worry. My concern isn't that we won't be able to find where your professor is. It's that we might arrive somewhere we don't want to be.
What kind of don't want to be?
Various life-threatening things, less life-threatening things.
Fascinating. Like the kind that will eat you?
Depends.
Right.
Some things will eat you.
Fair answer.
What you do know, Nico, and you can choose whether or not you share this, you have the arcane signature that your professor used to go to the Feywild. You have no idea what that's going to do when interacting with the coin that Moss has given you, on if the coin is more stronger than the signature, or if the signature will help determine your location more aptly than how regular teleportation works. You're not too sure, but you do have that. So you at least have a modicum of confidence that you should end up in the vicinity of where she came through.
Okay, so we can theoretically land in the same place.
Hopefully.
Right.
Right.
Mostly, I don't want to land anywhere near my mother. So, if we can avoid that,
Fair.
that's the safest.
Parents are indeed complicated. Well, I think I don't know where it is in the Feywild, but we can at least pop out, I think, in the exact same place where she came through. So it'll give us a trail to pick up on, maybe?
Well, that'll be good then.
I don't know if it's dangerous or not. Hopefully nothing will eat us, and no mothers will be there to parent us.
I'm certain. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
That's what I'm worried about.
Are they one and the same?
No. Is it upstairs?
Yeah. I guess
Let's just start going upstairs.
you folks have to walk. All right. Let's the long spiral staircase up.
Yeah, you guys walk up this massive spiral staircase. You go through a very interesting assortment of rooms. There appears to be an alchemy chamber. You guys stop there and notice multiple different fluids being actively distilled, even if the professor's been gone. Some of the instruments seem to operate on their own or have a recharge ability for assortment of stuff that has been taken out. You pass through all sorts of rooms that seem to feature circles on the ground that might be used for past experiments. One room that you pass through, and it is the kind of middle of the tower. There is a large metal structure hovering in the middle of this room, and there are sigils and a massive circle directly below and above it on the ceiling. Nico, you know this room as the battery room. This is where the energy that you get from the city comes in. It is pretty much useless besides housing the energy that you're able to store, and your monthly allotment that you're able to pull from. But there's a very strong magical sense here. I would say, Moss, you definitely pick up on an energy that is not dissimilar to what was described in your history. The siphoning of energy, the capturing of energy that maybe doesn't belong to these wizards, but they are pulling directly from the ley line below the city. You guys continue heading up and eventually reach the machine room.
I think Soren lingers maybe a little too long in the alchemy area.
Okay. You slow down a little bit there, fair enough.
What's gonna steal?
Nothing.
He's gonna steal, is that what you said?
Stealing?
He's just
Yeah.
snoopy.
I'm just looking around and seeing because I'm still new to alchemy, so I'm trying to figure out just kind of see the layout and what needs to be done, and and just taking it in and looking around and just trying to maybe taking notes and stuff like that of what of how, and maybe seeing if I can figure out what liquids are being distilled and what it could be making and stuff like that. What could be being made.
You could definitely come back here and kind of do a little bit of digging, or even ask Nico. But the room has 4 rows of lab tables, they have shelving below and different implements on them, and there are various machines seemingly moving and operating without anyone moving them.
Nico,
it's a very busy place.
Could I come back here and use this?
Of course. As long as you don't, that one over there, if you touch it the wrong way, it will explode. So just don't like no sudden noises near there. But other than that, that's that bench in the corner next to the titration that's happening. Yeah, that'll be fine. That you can hang out over there, do whatever you need to do. I don't know.
Okay.
Make a potion. Yeah, of course. You know,
Okay.
Nico,
I'm not using it right now.
Do you mention the invisible creatures, or is Soren gonna find them on his own?
Hey, you'll find it. We'll stumble upon them later.
Just poof, walk into one of them. They're not magical instruments, they're magical creatures. But yes, you reach the engine room at the top. What does the party see as they walk into this chamber, Nico?
Yeah, so it's a large, very well lit with magical lights everywhere. There's a large circle in the center with a center pedestal with little claws, and a giant lever next to it, like a 2-foot sized lever. And just arcane runes kind of coming out from the center, like in concentric circles, as well as like all going up on pillars and kind of different like stonework all around the room. It's just arcane runes everywhere, in like strange kind of overlapping concentric circles. In one of the corners is a large, looks like a giant alembic, essentially. So it's something is distilling in the corner, but it's like quite a like it's 4 or 5 feet long, large glass tubes boiling something. And a couple shelves with some spell books and some spell components and such like that, as well as a little alcove that just has, it looks kind of like a bird nest in it, made out of metal scraps.
Love me a metal bird's nest. You guys take in this massive machine. Moss, this isn't familiar to you. Like, this is very clearly man-made, mechanical, but it gives you the same kind of feeling as one of the established Fey portals are. In the Feywild, there are, you know, natural portals that kind of spring up and change.
Like Remnant? Because I've been to the city since by this point.
It's not dissimilar. This isn't a copy. This isn't, you know, a reference to, but it is the same kind of runic design. You know,
Same purpose.
Same purpose. You believe this to be some sort of transplanar teleportation device.
Oh, right. Okay, this is actually,
It's well crafted.
Right. And how long have you been working on this?
Me. For myself,
your professor?
probably. Oh gosh, at least a couple of years now. But yes, my professor. This is her life's work, so it's something great. Let me introduce you to them. This is the rat engine. The oh goodness.
Rat engine.
Yes. The reticulation, alignment, and transposition engine. So the purpose of this is that, or what my professor and I are working on, is that you can use this for short-term teleportation. So you can pop around the city. Gosh, you sat on that train with me. It took forever, and I...
Right,
oh gosh, going back to where you were staying and everything like that. But the hopes is that we build something that kind of anyone can use. You don't have to know high-level spells or anything like that, and everybody can move quickly around the city, and hopefully further.
That's commendable, right? Yeah. As for, I mean, I'm just familiar with a lot of the magic used here. There's, have you ever heard of the Remnant?
A Remnant. Have I heard of that?
Make a history check.
Okay.
Moss has now gone from like he's super curious to figure out whether this is like 2 unique instances of of people figuring out how to do this, or if there's some like branching thread, just because of how old he is.
It's an old man. I got a 19 on my history.
19. The Remnant, you came across very loose discussions in some of the books you've read in regards to the Feywild. You know, you and the professor were studying what plane you should try to go to first, and while the Feywild seemed like an obvious choice just due to the fact that it's relatively hospitable and not super dangerous for you guys to go there compared to some of the other planes, you were still doing research to define some of your other experiments that you're working on as well that use some of that Fey energy. The Remnant were a ancient civilization that the rumor is that the great invasion that happened over 1,000 years ago that caused Kyella to split into the children, originally, the original children, so far beyond Mother's Mercy. The invading force raised some of their troops by corrupting what at the time were considered lower beings in the Feywild. And after the war, when they regained sentience and the ability to think for themselves, they were known as the Remnant. That's where most goblinoids come from. That's where a lot of, there's rumors that orcs originate from the Remnant, although that's never been confirmed. There's a lot
They really resent that rumor,
They really resent that rumor. But yeah, so it wasn't super important to your research, but you did come across it when kind of outlining the Feywild for sure.
Interesting. Not as far as I know, not really. Like, kind of, but not a lot.
Right. Well, in between all the genocide that happened to them, they actually managed to figure out stable interplanar travel while they were in hiding. And before they suffered some terrible fate and had to rebuild later on, they were using it quite frequently now once more, I imagine, but to travel back and forth.
Fascinating.
It's just a closely guarded its location's a closely guarded secret.
That is not something I've really encountered before. I'll definitely have to add it to my list of things to research. Would there be more information on that in the Feywild? Is that something that's like a recorded history or anything like that?
I wouldn't know if it's recorded anywhere we might be able to look at anytime soon, but later down the road, there's, of course, I can get into quite a few places.
Ooh.
Although,
That's a shit.
I did get into an argument with a goblin there last time I was there, so...
Bubbly, behave yourself.
I'm sorry.
You'll just bring them a box of chocolates, prepare your relationship, and then they'll get us some research in. That sounds lovely.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That being said, should the alignment?
Right.
I'm keen
Yes.
to watch it work.
Yes. It'll take me a little bit.
I will sit over here, and Moss will go and sit like 6 feet away from everything that's going on a chair that he just pulls out. It's like tapping his foot.
Oh, like, do you need to go right now? Like, we could probably make it work if you need to go.
No. I'm interested to see it work. I don't need to go right now. That's not it. Sorry. Go on, please. Don't let me distract you.
Nico,
Right,
as
alright.
you begin to get started on performing for Moss and showing them how this works, you realize that you never refilled your cartridge this morning. When you went to collect
That's
the
true.
party.
It's in a rush.
You were in a rush. You had new friends. Maybe the first chance since
You have a
you've
nicotine addiction?
decided they've missed. But yeah, you realize that I believe yours is a pendant around your neck, or do you have a bracelet as well?
It's a bracelet.
You have a bracelet. The cartridge is empty, and it's making that dull tone every 15 minutes to remind you.
It's my insulin pump.
Correct.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Then I'll wander over to where the large, alembic style thing is. And next to it is a little shelf with tiny, teeny weeny little glass vials with a strange, it's not sparkly, but a shimmery, like silvery liquid in it. And I'm wearing a copper bracelet around my wrist. I'll pop this little tiny empty glass vial out and plop it on the shelf and then replace it with a tiny little one. Boop. There we go.
Not to pry, but what is the liquid there?
That's the fun part. That's part of why we're trying to go to the Feywild. So it's essence of the Feywild. So what we've been trying to do is research as well the Fey plague and how it affects people. And so we've been using this large, oh gosh, it takes forever. But as we're connecting to the Feywild with the rat engine, the siphon here pulls Fey essence, Fey energy out of the atmosphere and through the portal and distills it into tiny little vials. And if you wear one as a sufferer of the Fey plague, it lasts long enough that it kind of holds the plague at bay, just for about a day-ish.
Do you mind if I take a look at it?
Oh, no, of course.
Can I also look at that?
Don't drink it.
Don't drink.
Well, you probably
the
could
Fey
drink
sauce.
it, but it's
You can drink
almost...
it, and you have before, Nico. It is akin to chugging a teaspoon of vanilla extract. It is so strong.
Moss is going to... Just hearing the explanation of it is already slightly unsettled as he walks over to it and is going to take one of the little vials and...
How long did you say it suppresses a Fey plague?
only for about a day. Not for very long.
So it completely nulls them for a day?
Completely zeroes it out.
Yeah. You feel like a person again. It's great.
Sounds mighty handy.
It's just very difficult to collect. It takes forever. At least on the material plane.
And where exactly is coming from the Feywild?
Yes, when we spin the portal up and connect it. It also seems to be coming from the material plane. It's very strange, because it seems like there should be, in our research, it seems like there should be more Fey essence just on the material plane. But it's like something or someone, or I'm not sure, is just sucking it all up. And stealing it, I'm not sure. But whatever
Stealing or stolen?
It's difficult to tell. I haven't lived long enough to know what it felt like before, so perhaps stolen.
Well, I mean, are you noticing that it is present in being stolen, or that there is none present to begin with?
There is very little. It is like a very trace amount in the material plane, and it's why the machine is so large, because it basically acts as a massive vacuum. And in fact, there's vents that you can't see from the interior because they're routed through this machine that are constantly pulling air in and stripping any resemblance of Fey essence off of the air to be distilled into this machine.
How much did you say you collected on average? On average, how much would it take to fill something like a vial?
Can usually get a couple vials a week if you're really lucky.
Week.
Takes days.
And one of these vials will completely suppress your Fey plague?
Yeah, you just have to wear my handy dandy Feywild infusion tincture bracelet, the bit bracelet. Yes.
Do you have extras that I could look at?
Do you want to try it out? Of course. Come see. I need more. So far, I've been the only guinea pig because my professor, she's human, so she doesn't really get it. So if you'd want to try it out, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah, here.
I
And
might
I'll
have-
scuttle over and find one. And it's like an older version of the bracelet. So it's like clunkier and it's more like a chunky, like costume jewelry. I'm going to click one
it's
in
an original
and
Fitbit,
hand
is
it
what
to.
you're saying.
I'm going to hand it to Soren.
Yeah, Soren, you can take it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a very simple metal clasp. And you examine. Did you give them a vial as well, or one of the empty ones?
What does the
Yes.
liquid in the vial look like?
The liquid in the vial. Actually, you know what, I'll say because Moss and Soren, you said you were going over to kind of like figure out what the hell this is.
I've been trying to investigate.
Yeah,
One of you can
Fate
give
Plague
me a
was
check
mentioned,
with
Soren's like,
advantage, or you guys can each make a check.
I'll take one with advantage. What is it? Investigation?
Yeah.
I'll do one with advantage. If you don't mind.
I mean, okay. I was sniffing it.
I was
Yeah,
sniffing.
well.
Just lick it.
I'm out here sniffing.
It's not your essence that's in the tiny bottle.
It's my...
Yeah, well, I got a 23. So
23. The first thing you notice when you kind of put the liquid up, it is mostly translucent and it doesn't seem to touch the glass. It seems to still be in a mostly gaseous form. This looks exactly the same as the inside of Moss's Vibrock.
Okay.
It's the same weird, cloudy
What? Okay.
energy.
I think. What color was the thing I melted down a couple days ago? Do you remember? Like when I melted down, like separate distilled the blood.
It was the same type, but it was in a more unfiltered liquid form. So it had some other elements still in it because you did not have precise equipment enough to get it to what this is. But it looks to be roughly the same.
This was me separating my blood from what it was, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it was very little that you got from your blood.
Uh-huh.
Like a couple teardrops.
Yeah. I think Soren would have taken out the thing he got and like compare the two liquids, and just like look at them both.
They seem to kind of drift together between the two vials as if they're trying to connect. Which, Nico, you can pipe up and be like, yeah, that Fey essence wants to be in a bigger form than what it can be. It wants to get back into a undistilled.
Yeah, it'll try to suck itself back into a being because we were supposed to have a bunch. We're almost like I don't know, like a battery. Like we're supposed to have like a certain fullness of Fey essence, but we just don't.
They don't.
At least not on the material.
Yeah. Now Soren's thinking, how the fuck did his father get an undistilled version of Fey essence?
Moss is looking at the liquid. Is it at all familiar to them?
The liquid? No. This is a scientifically extracted version of you, of Fey energy.
Moss is uncomfortable with it.
This is weird. This is like being able to pull a strand of DNA and be like, look, I found it. Like this is very odd. This
Moss
is Fey
is
juice.
gonna
Yes.
open the vial and pour like some into his hand if he can.
It's okay. Yep. All in the name of science.
She's like, it's really hard to get that much.
Don't pour it all.
Takes forever. It's okay. I have a few more. And hey,
Yeah.
perhaps we go to the Feywild. I do have. Oh man, I'm so excited. Oh, we're going to the Feywild. I can try it out. I have a backpack version of this. It's like of the siphon, and my theories are that's what my professor is testing. One of our prototypes to like pull it, go into the Feywild, and hopefully pull more quickly. That's the thought.
This bracelet, do you need it back anytime soon?
Well, it's a prototype, so it's not meant for the market yet. But
No, I mean I'm not gonna sell it into more of.
I have 800 other iterations, so I think
See
we're gonna grow.
a wall of prototype Fitbits on the wall, yeah.
Was this what?
I might have a few
Was this what
ideas.
your professor went to the Feywild to do?
One
was
of
on-
many.
it
We're
was on
also
the list,
testing the rat engine. We're testing quick jumps, and it's easy to make planar jumps, like, and just move around space to planes that are adjacent to the prime material.
Why did she specifically go this time?
We're just testing.
This is the first time that the
all these
machine's
theories.
been operational.
So she went through and she was hoping that she could come back, but she couldn't come back.
Yes, she hadn't researched it. Like, she did tell me she was going to be there for a month, and then all of a sudden it turned into 4.
Because what you're speaking of, I can't imagine the ascendancy, any archfey being even somewhat approachable on the idea. Not that it's. This is interesting and quite a dilemma.
How so? Dilemmas are the best kind of things. You figure them out.
Soren, while Moss
What
and
happened when I
Nico-
poured it into my hand?
Oh, when you poured it into your hand, it immediately, not like lightning quick, like not like a sentient thing, started gravitating towards like your nail beds on your fingernails to try get into you. It's
Can
trying to
like,
return
take
to the
it
Fey
near
juice.
the dead finger?
Ooh, good idea.
Ooh. You kind of
I'm gonna
scoop
do that,
it
and I'm
over.
gonna show.
To this.
I'm gonna show it what happens to Nico.
You bring it over to your dead, crusty finger,
Ugh.
and
Rusty, I feel like Moss washes it.
yeah, but it's
I'm
still
gonna be
like
crusty.
necrosis-filled thead flesh. There's
That's
only
the
so
cleanest
much
dead
you
finger
can do.
you've seen this side of fucking Flintgate.
It heals the finger,
Hot damn.
and there is still some left over. Soren, you notice as Nico and Moss are kind of talking about this, and you're thinking of like how you could apply this and what you've come across. You notice hanging off the machine, there's 2 little things. There's like a checklist that seems to have like maintenance on the machine to make sure it's always working, and there are a pair of goggles that have like various lenses that can be flicked on and off of the irises of the goggles.
I'm gonna go and just while they're talking, I'm just gonna like take them. I'm just gonna be like just carefully, not like and like put them
Yeah,
on
they're
the
like
seat.
metal and like thin pieces of glass. Do you put them on?
Yeah.
Yeah, the initial setting that they're on has like a blue aquamarine kind of tint to it. And
That's me.
you immediately start having
Camouflage.
to blink your eyes and look away as the outline of Moss is a vibrant white hot light. Nico is
like a
kind of
diamond?
like gray glowing. You're kind of gray glowing. But Moss is like
Is
just
it the
all this-
same if I hold the vial up to like
Where am I?
The vial is about as bright as Moss's. Aqua,
Gray.
you're black and white.
Gray.
Yeah.
No. Fuck.
You're
Not
not
even
you're
gray.
not you're not Fey.
you're primordial.
Yeah.
This is Faye anything. When Kyella left, she sought to take everything with her, including magic, including Fey magic, unmaking the Feywild as we know it. The Ascendancy, which I've already spoken on, prevented this by taking the magic from the prime material as it was leaving the prime material and using it to keep the Feywild in existence, is my understanding, is what I was told. I mean, this is literally what I'm made of.
As are all Fey beings, like gnomes and elves and everything else.
No, like on a different like, I would not exist if this did not exist.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't help but have a little bit of concern for any unforeseen side effects. Not to myself be damned, but what other effects this might have on the Feywild that you are unaware of.
Oh, as in just leaching tiny little bits back to the prime material when it was previously taken to heal the ailments of a suffering several different races of people?
I'm not debating you on the moral quandary of this, because I don't care about taking it to treat people. That's fine and well. I care that you're going to get yourself killed when you anger the Ascendancy, and my mother comes trying to find who it is fucking with the fucking Feywild.
Right.
You know what's serious?
If she can turn me into a fucking dream-eating demon, she can kill all of us without so much as blinking her fucking eyes.
I'm just gonna tug on Moss's shirt, be like, "It's okay, Moss. Are you okay?"
It's really not okay.
But you just talked about your Dream Reaper.
It's like,
Yeah, and she's gonna find out eventually.
How do we know? I'm going like this. How do we know she's going to, like...
Because we're
heal
going
us
back
for so
to the
long?
Feywild.
Well, you'll turn then?
No, but if my mother's the one that put it the fuck in me, she's the one that can make it the fuck come out.
Make it the fuck come out.
Come out.
That's a fair point, but I'm just saying, Moss, you rarely swear, so... I'm worried.
I'm just a
We're all
little
on edge.
anxious about the situation here, and
That is fair.
This is like...
You want some fresh air? Do you want a glass of water?
Maz is just gonna start leaving the room as a mention of fresh air. He's like, you know what, maybe I need to step outside. I need to go find him on.
What?
Moss, you rush down the 9 stories or so, 8 or 9 stories, to the landing, and swing open the door and step out and almost walk right in to a bloodied, dripping Nile, who is
How the fuck did you
standing
get here?
kind of shell-shocked outside the tower.
Where's him on?
No answer.
Where's him on?
We should shake him.
Niall.
okay.
Now you begin to snap out of it and hear Moss's voice. The first thing you hear him say is Amon.
Do I see him on anywhere?
You haven't seen Amon since the hospital, and that felt like a week ago.
Shit.
Why are you covered in blood?
Wait, did you say shit or tits?
Shit.
It's not okay.
Why? In what
Why
world?
did he say the other one?
In what world?
I don't know. That's how I curse at work, so I'm just clarifying.
Ah, tits.
Not tits.
It works.
It does work, unfortunately.
It does work, but like...
Sorry, I'm like, that's...
This, singular.
Ah, tit.
Not tit.
Just
How
tit.
bad it is.
Tit.
Sorry. Anyways, oh shit.
I have to go back and find him.
But why are you covered in blood, Niall? Where's him on?
I had targets.
How many targets?
22.
Where's Iman?
I don't know.
You were with him.
I know I was, and I don't know where he went.
Did you kill him?
No, I did not.
Would you have even known?
I know who my targets are, and he was not one of them.
This time.
This time.
Moss will just move past
As
in
you,
an uncharacteristic
Yeah.
act of
as you bump into Niall and kind of knock him out of the way to move past, because he's standing like right in the door.
All the blood, as I do, I press to digitate all the blood off of Niall
I hate that.
and onto the floor behind him.
Onto the floor. Oh no, there's so much blood on the floor now. As you bump past Niall and you're just kind of like pushing them out of the side to move past, you like grab their shoulder for a second and you get a flash of what Niall just went through and of Amon looking down over Niall. I'm not ready. The others will be fine without me. And that's it.
Where's the hospital?
I'll take you there.
Just tell me where it is.
I'm going with you.
I don't want you to go with me.
Why? Because you think I'll kill him.
No, not because I think you'll kill him. Because I don't want to talk to anyone right now, and I need a moment to... It's completely unrelated to you and the 22 people you've just murdered, actually. And he'll just walk off.
Okay. Not knowing where you're going, you begin heading back and asking around on where a hospital would be, just like Niall did hours earlier. The rest of you, do you follow Moss out?
Nope.
Okay.
Well,
Soren.
maybe.
You didn't hear commotion. It's too far down unless you came down with him.
No, I didn't. I would have been.
I was gonna say he just said he wanted some fresh air, so Aqua's gonna take his word.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Which is great because Niall is now clean. So Niall, you walk into the tower.
I'm not going in there.
No, you're not? Okay.
Nope, I'm waiting outside, probably head in hands, probably having a bit of a crisis.
Okay. Then we'll stay with Aqua, Nico, and Soren. What are you guys doing?
You know, if he had just waited 30 seconds, there's a balcony on level 7. I could have just gotten the door open. He just stormed off. My goodness.
Well, I mean, it is.
Soren's gonna see what happens when he's gonna take out a scalpel and like prick his finger and see if dripping a drop of his blood does anything into the vial of the essence.
Well, assuming you're still wearing the goggles, you do see a little bit of that light energy in your blood, but it's very faint. And it's like a really weak magnet against the other Fey essence, so it like the weight of the other stuff that's in your blood is too heavy, so it kind of slower than normal drips off, but it doesn't like get siphoned in the other essence. You get the sense that this is all connected to how the Fey Plague works, and it's because of the lack of essence in the material plane that causes it, because you know that people born in the Feywild do not have this issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that gives me another idea then. But the person who just left, but yeah.
What about you, Bubbly? What are you up to?
I'm just here.
Try not to break anything.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where I'm like, I have a sneaky suspicion I shouldn't touch anything. I don't know why, but I'm not going to. I am a good child.
Fair enough. We'll say for the sake of slowly getting the party back together, eventually you guys head down to wonder where Moss goes. Not all of you, but some of you might. And you see Niall sitting with his hands in his head. His head in his hands.
What's wrong, Niall? Did shopping not go well?
Is the blood still on the ground?
Yes. There is a dried pool of like a person's worth of blood on the ground.
22 people's worth of blood almost.
Well, they're not gonna have all 22.
Yeah, they 22 people got spritzed across Niall's fingers, so combined it's like one whole person accumulated.
Care to explain the blood now?
Looking up. Is Nico there?
I would be staying and calibrating the machine, so no.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Targets.
Yeah.
A lot of targets.
Oh.
Is anyone going to be coming after you?
Considering I killed all the witnesses besides Amon,
Yeah, where is he?
I don't know.
And where's Moss?
Moss went out to find him.
Oh. Well, should we all go do that? I'm kind of
I
tired
tried.
of losing all my friends.
He told me not to follow him.
Maybe
Oh.
we should respect Moss's wishes.
I guess. It's been a hard 24 hours, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
He will come back because we are going to the Feywild, and I think his desire to go back might outweigh what he needs to do now. Or his, maybe not desire, but his agreement to go back. And
Yeah. Felt that crinky lady. The goblin lady. Sorry.
Gerblin. Nico, the machine having been calibrated whirs to life. And you know all that you need to do, theoretically, to kick this off is pull the lever.
I love it.
Dig the sounds.
what lever, Kronk?
I was waiting for it.
In that case, knowing the machine is ready, I'm gonna start packing up my backpack with just the machine essentially and a little bedroll, and make sure I've got Mork plugged in, and then Mork's little portable charging pad.
Okay. Mork's little portable charging pad. That no one is there to see, so we won't describe it yet. No one is there to see the...
It probably looks like a Samsung fucking charging pad or whatever.
It is way better than that, I promise. It's so good. Moss.
USB-C. Just plugged into him.
Do his little butt.
Yeah. Click.
Roll a D100.
Ooh. $100. I got all zeros.
Oh my
Is that
god.
good or bad?
Oh my god!
I think it's the apocalypse now.
You get off the train that leads you back to where a lot of the trains meet up in order to head to the Durham halls where you have been told most of the hospitals lie. At least ones that might, just feels right. You have a gut instinct. You get off the train and see Amon sitting on a bench at the train station, covered in blood.
I quickly walk up to it. Amon.
Moss, you found me.
You didn't expect me to?
Wasn't exactly hiding, but didn't expect you so quickly.
Yeah, well, Nico has an invention that siphons fey magic, so needed a bit of fresh air.
Mother's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah. You coming with, right?
I don't think I am.
I don't. We made a deal.
I've been made aware recently that I am no match for what I have to accomplish. I'm not ready.
And you are an immortal being who has all the time.
Exactly. I have all the time to prepare. The entity that Nile is encompassed by has shown me my death. And it is the next time I face her. I am not falling to that fate. I need to prepare. I need to train.
Don't have. Why does that mean you're not coming with us?
I can't risk running into her. And I definitely can't risk losing control. I have secrets too, Moss. It's not safe for me there until I'm ready. He looks at you, and there's a genuine fear. Something I don't think Moss has ever seen in Amon's eyes.
Not since he saw the other guy.
Yeah. I need you to trust me. I'm not abandoning you. I just can't come with you.
What am I going to do, Amon?
Me and Niall were in that district with all the smart magic users. They've got all sorts of crazy shit. I'm sure one of them has a way for you to not sleep, or maybe you can make a deal with your mother. I know you don't want to see her, but she knows where you are. You've already made that clear. Maybe you can convince her that you're doing something on her behalf and need full control of your self. Or maybe, Moss, maybe you just go run out in the wild at night and hope you come back the next day. I'm sorry.
Moss turns around and leaves. Just completely shutting out everything right now.
Okay.
Just starts making his way back.
To the tower?
Making my way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, we will go to break. I think that's a good point to pause there.
Yeah.
It's getting real tenacious. Lots going on. We will be back in, we'll call it 10 minutes, top of the hour.
Yeah.
And we'll continue with Moss arriving back at the tower. And the group, for the first time in 2 sessions, aka 5 weeks, being together again.
Together.
Half two of the original 6 are MIA, but that's okay. All right, guys, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
You can't use that. You gotta cut it. No Ace Attorney, no Law and Order SVU. We will get sued into oblivion.
You can't tell my guitar solo was from that.
I don't know. It was pretty spot on, man. It was pretty good.
That's from Ace Attunement.
Yeah. All right. Oh, can't hear you, Moss. There it is.
I know.
It was a very dramatic silent reveal. Listen. All right, we're back. Yeah, Moss, you walk back into the tower. Everyone's upstairs, I imagine. You might be spread out. Soren, you might have made your way to the alchemist level at some point. I'll let you guys tell me what you guys are up to.
If Soren's gonna go get set up, I will, using my glove, designate one of the unseen servants to assist Soren.
All right. All right. Soren doesn't see where this person is, but at some point they're just gonna start helping and it's gonna catch him off guard.
It's just gonna start moving around.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's great.
Moss is gonna look for an empty room.
Yeah. 2 of the floors are literally just living quarters, and they're split into like hotel style hallways. You can absolutely find an empty room to claim as yours.
Okay. He's gonna look for an empty room. Not even necessarily just to claim, just to use temporarily.
Sure. Easily enough. Niall, Aqua, Nico, what are you guys up to?
I'm probably looking at this fancy schmancy Fey Plague neutralizer thing that I've probably had explained to me in a similar manner. I'm not going to touch because I don't trust myself to not break it.
I think while we were sitting in there, I think Soren would show Niall the Fey Plague like bracelet and then the vial. And it's
Jealous.
You like my bling?
It's like,
Wow,
it's
that's
really
surely
ugly.
that is
real
very
chunky,
banging.
yeah.
Soren.
Check out my ice.
Just like the vial goes flying.
Oh shit.
Do not break the vial. Yeah, and you've noticed in like the hour and a half that you guys have been here and that Nico has swapped out the vial in the machine that's currently harvesting, there is like maybe 2 milliliters of Fey Essence now in the empty vial. Like, it is extremely slowly filling this vial. Yeah. But yeah, you've seen this machine. You also, both of you now having returned, you see Mork plugged in. What does he look like?
So he's got his little alcove. That's Mork's hole. It's kind of like a little, just where like a cutout of a window would be. So it's just like a little windowsill. And he's built himself a nest of like, it's just random pieces of like scrap metal that have little tiny bite marks out of them.
There's a lot of flat wrenches that have been broken in half to use as twigs.
Yeah, and it's the only part of the tower that's untidy, but it's his little spot. So he's got it. It's all organized kind of to his desire. And right now he's just sitting there with his creepy little smile on, just like, hey. And out of where he's got the giant kind of chunk taken out of his head, there's just 2 golden wires where he's plugged into the wall, and they're plugged into his brain where like little sparks shoot out, but it's not sparking because he's plugged in.
He's plugged in. Gotta charge more.
He's just chilling. Yeah. His little mustache flutters as he sits there and
Oh
just
no,
breathes heavily.
I hate it. He's just nose breathing the whole time. Just... Yeah,
Just hang out.
Soren, you head to the alchemy room.
Yeah, I think I would take out all my vials of my Fey Plague suppression and just like set them out and then including the one I used that's just like the unrefined Fey essence. And then like set down the refined Fey essence and see if I can I don't know, see if I can extract enough from my and then see if I can get enough and try to make this unrefined refined. That's what my goal is going to do, to see if I can get it from my blood, from any other Fey person's blood, Fey ancestry person's blood, and to see if I can make it to get it refined, so that way I can try to see what the deficiency is.
Sure. Give me an alchemist check. I want you to use your intelligence modifier for this.
Okay. Do I have proficiency or no?
Yes. Yeah. So it's gonna be +3, +2, so 5 total.
Okay.
Would you allow me to assist you and see what you're doing?
I got a 24.
Oh my.
And I'm gonna guidance myself.
Oh my god.
26.
Do you allow Nico to help as well?
Can I come see what you're doing?
You can help me, but I think the only thing higher I could roll is a nat 20.
I just want to see what you're canoodling in my lab.
Yeah, I can help you.
So you're watching.
You have your permission. You don't need my permission.
Oh yeah. Just people have their own safely secret guarded research. I don't want to peek over into someone's research.
If you can help, I think Soren wouldn't let you allow you. He wouldn't invite you, but if he sees you, he wouldn't shoo you away.
We'll say
I'm
at this stage you're just exactly
magic.
like Kim looks like right now, just furiously copying down with a 26. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Good lord. You begin that process that you described to try and compare and contrast what Nico has been able to accomplish with the help of the professor and what you have just started to dabble in. With a 26, two things are very clear after this comparison. One, the blood that is being used for the Fey suppression, your blood, contains very little Fey essence. And due to that fact, the effect of the Fey suppression is limited, right? In your case, it doesn't completely destroy it. It lessens the effects, right? It basically increases the DC for, getting something good. Mm-hmm. Or makes it easier to get something good or nothing at all.
It's like a 6 and 7.
The reason for the lack of Fey essence in your blood is the Fey plague itself. Or rather, the Fey plague is the symptom of the lack of Fey essence that your body has. You are born of the material plane. You are born of, from what you understand, Fey ancestral creatures who themselves have some Fey plague symptoms. But because you do not have a recent and deep connection to the actual Feywild, your blood is diminished in its Fey essence.
And it going in that what can I look at the bracelet and see if it does it inject into your skin?
Yeah,
or
there's a small row of needles that it just sits on, and it's like hair. You barely feel it. It doesn't have to.
I probably wouldn't really feel it anyway.
You wouldn't feel it anyway. Your arms are all calloused from years of blood mage. But so that's the first thing you learn. The second thing you learn, or rather insinuate, based on what you heard Moss and Nico talking about, is you're pretty sure. You've had rumors, you're not really a theologian, you haven't studied the Feywild. When the 26, when Mother's Mercy was happening, apparently what you have learned from Moss is that 3 sisters banded together and performed some ritual. This is something that Moss has explained in very loose detail. It has not been specific. And captured the Fey essence from the material plane before Kyella could take it with her.
So...
And when Kyella came back, they had no reason to give back that essence. And
I can assume that it is a limited resource, the Fey essence that they have, or is it just like they captured it so they have it?
You would have to do some more research on...
I'd probably have to like...
on the natural law of essences and how they interact with the air and different planes. But it would make sense that the home region of the Feywild would have the highest concentration of Fey essence. You could also surmise that similarly, if you go to a plane of fire portal, there are likely fire essence in the air, and that's why the air around there is hotter and the land slowly cracks and boils with magma. And it's not, the surface level understanding is, oh yeah, there's a fire plane portal there, so of course it's hot. But no, it's actually deeper than that. It is on a molecular level something that is happening.
You're half gnome, half elf.
Correct.
Okay. My question to you is, I don't know if you can answer this, but why, if someone were to ingest this Fey essence, why it doesn't remain? Like, if I am naturally have a little bit of essence, why doesn't it increase? It just dissipates. Or do I need to ingest a lot if I were to?
It's difficult to tell. My theory for now is that it's slowly leaching out of us.
So
like we're permeable. Like it's leaking. We're leaking, or something's, I don't know, maybe something's got a straw in our souls and sucking it out.
We're leaking.
It's difficult to tell. But yes, I know, I have thought the same thing. Why don't we just fill our cup up and stay that way? It's like it's evaporating. It's like water, I think.
We don't know what is taking it.
No. And even as far as I can understand from other people who've traveled to the Feywild before in their research, they don't automatically become healed of the Fey Plague forever just by going to the Feywild either, being exposed to more, presumably, essence.
Does it lessen their effects?
I think so, but not forever. Mm-hmm. Like it leaves, or something's still taking it.
While they were there, did they notice that they were not affected by it, or was it still there but less?
Not sure I know the answer to that question.
You have read research notes that claim that they experience less severe effects of the Fey Plague.
Right. Okay. So it gets better, but it doesn't go away.
Okay.
Fun. So I'd love for all of it to be gone, no one to suffer, and no one to die. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you know what I find fascinating, though? Because you seem to be a purveyor of blood magics, which just endless questions about it. But you take out your own blood and then just drink it again? So you're just like, you're I don't know, you're caching some of your essence for later. So you're like, I'll feel shitty this day, but then on this day when I really need it, I'll feel okay? Is that how it works?
Do I know if there's anything else my father does?
You have not spent a lot of time in the lab with your father due to him not allowing you. Mm-hmm. You were unsure.
Here.
And what you have distilled out of what you have already worked on doesn't really reveal whatever your father is doing to allow this to act as an antidote.
Could you tell what a vial is made out of? I mean, I probably could you show me how I could take this? And he picks up one of the vials of his Fey suppression and see what my father puts into it to make it actually work, because it wouldn't make sense that I'm just extracting my blood and re-ingesting it. for it to like increase my suppression.
Right. So you have one that has everything that works in it?
Yeah, I have multiple.
For sure. Then
I'll give you one.
okay. I'll waddle over to one of the titration machines and start analyzing it, I guess, or having it break down. But it's difficult to know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it is going to take a number of hours, but you guys are kind of passing through time here as you're experimenting. While you're doing that, what are our other three doing? Aqua's just tiptoeing around, trying not to break anything. Is there anything you want to look at?
Ooh. Well, now that you say that,
WWAD, what would Aqua do?
do it. Honestly, truth be told, Aqua's still kind of fucking depressed. So she's gonna go to Mork. Thank you. Not really touch him, but just sit there. It finds a chair, and I'm going to put the egg on top that's wrapped with the scarf that Kuno helped me make, and I'm just going to sit there. And can I see if the egg has done anything?
Sure, make a medicine or a nature check.
Oh god, I don't think I'm good at either of them. Nature, medicine, they're both the same. That's
+4, that's fine.
yeah, but I mean, like, you'd think the nature one would be just a little higher. Well, all right, that's a math 17.
17.
Yeah.
The egg is warm. The crack, you kind of pull down the little scarf and look at the crack. It has not spread, and it's not leaking anything. You are sitting there for about an hour at least, kind of just observing Mork and paying attention to the egg. You feel a little movement in the egg.
You're a mother, Aqua.
You're gonna be a mom.
You're gonna be a mother.
Amazing. Can oh my god.
Do you
when I-
make a noise out loud when you feel that?
Yeah, I just
Mork comes off of standby mode and just reactionary flies in your direction, ripping the cables out of his head, which caused some momentum as he starts rolling backwards in midair because he flies, and he just kind of bonks into your chest, and then he lands on the egg.
Oh.
Just kind of.
Are you okay?
Mark.
Yes, you are, Mork. But you are okay?
He flutters down the stairs, off somewhere.
Okay. Have fun. Be safe.
You hear some things fall.
Oh.
No.
He's trying his best. That's all that matters. Is Niall in the room?
Yeah, Niall, what are you doing?
He's... Yeah, he doesn't really get all the science stuff. He's not that smart. Probably just looking around and not touching anything because he's worried that if he touches something, it'll explode.
Join my table.
And I'll probably just keep an eye on Aqua, make sure she doesn't touch anything that explodes.
Fair.
Aqua.
Because I don't trust her to not touch things that'll explode.
True.
Facts.
You
I heard my
two lonely folk kind of sit in silence together.
Mm-hmm.
Moss, what are you doing?
Right. So assuming I found a quiet, remote part of the tower room to hide in.
Easily enough, yeah.
He's going to look around in the room, like get first, see what the the furnishing
It's
is.
a very basic kind of tavern style room with 2 single beds that share a full-size wardrobe like dressing table.
Mhm.
Window looking outwards. Nothing really else of note.
Okay, no mirrors.
No mirrors.
Okay. Moss is going to take the necklace off of his neck and take out his Book of Shadows and set that on the bed of the room.
Okay.
On one of them. As well as the orb and basically anything else that he has from the Feywild besides his clothes.
And put it in a pile.
Yep, just sitting on the bed, and then he's gonna sit on the opposite bed.
Okay.
He's gonna look at it. He's gonna close his eyes and attempt to commune somehow with
I'm gonna say sleep.
his mother.
Okay. In your many years, you have still yet to fully understand how you contact your mother. Sometimes you've been able to say her name out loud and she physically or spiritually appears. Sometimes it's in a dreamlike world where you're not sure how you got there because you couldn't have possibly fallen asleep. It is weird. It is frustrating being as smart and aware as you are and not knowing. You close your eyes. What do you do? What do you say? What do you think of?
We need to talk. Preferably, I'd like to have words before I have to see you in person.
Make a persuasion check.
Any sort of bonus?
I will say you can add an additional 2 to it, which is your sanity modifier.
I was gonna say because of charisma.
That's a plus 11. 22.
Bad roll. Or,
I know,
I guess middle of
really
the pack.
bad roll.
11.
11. Bad for me.
Bad for you, yeah.
Moss usually doesn't roll, like, poorly.
Yeah. Moss, you close your eye and look inward. And imagine maybe a scene that you've seen your mother in before, a
Moon Grove.
moon grove, a series of ornate benches that resemble kneeling creatures or vines coming out of the ground to hold up whoever is to sit upon them.
All the gibbous lilies.
Upon the far side of the grove is your mother. What does she look like?
Oh, let me pull open. I don't want to get any of it wrong.
So many
I have
deets.
I have a actually written description from Remnant.
Hot.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you.
She's killing it.
Notion wants to spend a while to open. I don't know if you still have the description.
I do not know.
Okay.
I could probably find
It's
it.
open.
Well, just picture someone hot, and whatever
She's-
that image comes
she's-
to mind in your head, that's what it looks like.
I'm just imagining, and I do not know why. Wait, first of all, I have to make sure I'm thinking of the right person. No, maybe not. Yeah, is she just Morgana from League of Legends?
I don't know who that is.
Here, is this your mom? You have to tell me if that's your mom.
No.
Oh.
So I found
Well, that
it.
would have been cool.
That would be cool.
The Lady of Nights is this towering, matronly horned figure, kind of like a tiefling, but none of the infernal aspects of it. Just more like exaggerated satyr's horns, almost. She has 4 arms and long, flowing dark hair that's the color of the night sky, and a complexion that is the same color of the silver moon of the Feywild. And she wears a solid midnight blue dress, as well as has these 2 bright, shining silver irises.
As your mother is wont to do, she speaks both.
She's so taller than Moss.
She is also much taller than Moss. She speaks both using her voice and as an emanating presence, as if the moon above is speaking down to you. My son, you called?
I know what you did.
Whatever do you mean? I have done many things since your creation. Which one in particular are you so fretful about?
Cursing me?
She raises an eyebrow. I don't believe I would curse my children. What do you speak of?
Moss looks, and there's almost like this sort of wave of anger and disgust almost. You couldn't possibly think it's helping anyone.
Oh dear. You're always so sensitive.
Sensitive?
I think, if anything, it's helping you.
Helping me?
Think of
By
the
killing
power.
people?
Who said they're dead? You know nothing of the gifts that I give you and your siblings, and everyone.
I know I can't sleep for fear of waking up with a bunch of sleeping corpses near me.
Like a newborn fawn, you must learn to use the tools you have. You weren't always so proficient at speaking in such eloquent tongues as to command entire countries. Were you not?
This is not the same. These are people's lives.
You think
People
the
that
men
you-
and women and children slaughtered by the armies that you commanded against didn't have lives either?
I have not made a single decision lightly, but this is wanton destruction.
Only because you can't use it yet. And whose fault is that? I gave the gift, and you won't listen to it. I take no blame. Now, why are you really here? What are you really angry about?
What was the ascendancy really about?
Oh, I never grow tired of hearing that word. the ascendancy. You are too young to understand what the world was like. And you are much too young to understand what I grew up with the remnant. The ascendancy was about what every decision in the Feywild is about. Same decisions you make, my son. Whether you agree to them or not, you make them. It was about power.
Was the Feywild ever in danger? Or is that just a justification?
To be honest, we didn't know. We weren't willing to take that risk. We first lost connection to the elemental planes, to the druid circles that we have shared the land with. And we knew something was coming. We had to act. I do not apologize for saving us.
I'm not questioning your decision to save the Feywild. I'm questioning whether it's necessary for us to keep all of it. Why is it that when Kyella returned, she didn't have more to get? Why are there people on the material suffering?
People on the material will always suffer. That is Kyella's design.
Not like this. This isn't her. This is Faye. Our people on the material.
Need you to make a charisma saving throw.
10.
10.
Or sorry, not 10. 12.
12. You feel a sense of calm wash over you. My son, no decision made has been easy. You just said so yourself. We didn't know what was to come, and so we acted. And now, those who stay in the Feywild and bear children here, their families are fine. So I would argue,
about everyone else?
thousands of years ago, when our people opened the portals to the material plane, that was the mistake. To allow our energy outside of our lands and then, against our will, have it be controlled by a false god, it will never again be in her domain. Mark my words, she will fall long before I do.
But they're our people.
Then they should come home.
How? Half of them don't even know we exist. And you're content to just sit here and on your moral high horse. Kyella is a monster. There's no mincing words. But we aren't better if we just sit here and we do nothing.
Where are you right now?
Why does it matter?
At least one of us isn't sitting and doing nothing. Why do you think you left the Feywild? Why do you think I let you leave the Feywild?
What do you mean you let me leave?
I open the portals. I sustain the bridge. You were allowed to leave because you were on your own path. These problems you have, do me a favor, son. Solve them. That's what you're here for.
Did you create me to use words for you? Because you certainly aren't quite fond of using them yourself. Because you could have told me any of this at any fucking time. And I wouldn't have had to be here questioning everything.
It had to be your idea.
It wasn't my idea to leave.
Sure it was. You were endangering people you cared about, so you fled. That was your choice.
It was Amon's idea.
And yet here you are. Coming back.
Coming back.
What for?
A hag. A friend. Not different things. A hag is not a friend. Yolanda, who used to have the seat of power, and I don't remember the name all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, that was a while back.
It's in my notes.
Yep.
Start with an M, I believe.
Yeah.
I think I wrote it down.
Mardon, yes.
The
She
realm
used
of
to
Mardon,
sit on
yeah.
the realm of Mardon and has rule over House Ferrex.
Very well. I will not
She's
stand
got
in your
me
way.
Locked, well, if you're so curious, she has me locked in a pact, and then she went behind my back and made another one in secret, trapping one of my mortal friends with me. I wasn't entirely sure she could even keep me in such a pact.
Honestly, neither am I.
Nor that she
Although-
could actually kill me.
Although I don't know if it's something worth testing. You're welcome to. Kill her. Doesn't make a difference to me.
Do you know her?
Yolanda? House Ferrex has changed a lot.
Not necessarily for the better, it sounds.
Not necessarily. Moss, is there anything else? This is distracting.
How do I control... How do I control it?
Well, that will take time. It's like learning how to ride a carriage for the first time. You always let the horse get away. It takes time. What I suggest is maybe giving it to somebody. You've got all those people listening. One of them might want it.
Want what?
Access.
Like what happened to Smiley?
You'll figure it out, Moss.
Someone has figured out how to siphon Fey essence from the Feywild.
Do you know who?
They use it to counteract the effects of the Fey Plague that they're afflicted with.
I haven't noticed. Must not be strong.
It's from the machine that we're using to teleport home, it seems, but they've developed another one to siphon it in larger quantities, as well as a sort of moral obligation behind it.
What do you think about that?
If it doesn't hurt anyone and it helps people, certainly it's not the wrong thing to do.
Well, if it interferes, you'll know. For now, it doesn't seem to bother.
You wouldn't kill them, would you?
I would do whatever I needed to keep the Feywild safe, as I have done for the last 300 years. But I wouldn't kill them.
349.
I don't kill people. I have your brother for that.
Yes. Sorry for doubting you, Mother.
Apologies not necessary. Good night, son.
Good night, Mother.
Moss, you open your eyes feeling well rested, and immediately are washed with a sense of confusion as about 3 feet in front of your head is a floating piece of wood with a bunch of like cheeses and meats and vegetables and like slices of tomatoes on them, just hovering in the air.
Moss waking up well rested, he's immediately panicking, like, oh my god, like, if you fell asleep or not.
You knock over the charcuterie board. The room looks fine. You're in the same room you closed your eyes in.
Same place I fell asleep. If I did.
Yep.
He gently takes the charcuterie board.
You
Thank
feel
you.
something like give it to you, and then like the tiny little
Oh, then it's
footsteps
like-
leave the room.
Oh, that haven't seen that for a while.
Around the tower, everyone is being served by floating charcuterie boards full of delicious treats. All right. Well, with that, if there's nothing else anyone else wanted to do this night, we will long rest. We will move. What's your court date? Tomorrow, right?
The 4th.
The 4th.
No, the 3rd.
The 3rd.
I have to have a good
Okay.
old meeting with my entity also.
Wait, let me look. I think I wrote
I
it
think
down.
it was the 3rd. It is the 1st of Maycor, the start of a new month. We wake up in the morning, and we'll start with you, Niall, because after that, depending on what happens with your entity, we are going to move through the next few days and get to our court date and see what happens. Niall, it's the morning. What's up?
Am I dead? How do I feel?
Feel great. Feel
Cool.
well rested.
Got it.
You do need to roll on the Fey Plague, though. It is a new day.
Wait.
Yeah, that's gonna go really well.
Oh wait, do I? Since I have that.
It wears off at the end of each day. So unfortunately, today it is empty. You look down and it's empty.
Damn.
What'd you get now?
I got a 4 for once. I'm fine.
Oh, nothing happens.
I do need to check my hair though.
What's today?
I'll get there in a second.
Let me look at that. What is a 7?
A 7 is connection to the Feywild is especially weak. You lose any effects of your Fey ancestry, including innate spellcasting.
So fairy fire.
Fairy fire, and I think like any kind of like advantage disadvantage stuff that you might get.
Oh
from,
damn!
Like, charm
Wait, why? I was like wondering why I'm so fucking zoomed in because I was like 300% zoomed in on the.
Nico, what'd you get?
8.
Ooh, that's a pretty bad one. Roll a 1d6. What'd you get?
A 5.
Oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Your sanity score is a 4 total, which is a -3. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a -3. Oh no.
Oh no.
All right. Just killing it. Just absolutely killing it. Yeah, you're feeling great, Niall. You check your hair. It is whiter. It has receded. Feels closer to your natural hue.
Oh no, you're balding.
Oh no. Oh, no. Yeah, your hairline goes back a 1/4 inch every month.
Your hair is receding.
That's the real curse.
That is the real fucking curse. Is
Male
old
pattern
age,
baldness.
male pattern baldness. Yep, it gets us all in the end. Yeah, you seem fine. Weird. It's weird what killing almost 24 people will do to a man.
Oh, I'm gonna open up my notebook and get a new page.
Okay.
Yeah, I lose dark vision.
Clear it for
Oh
this
no!
month. Oh god.
Dark vision, dancing lights, fairy fire, and
charm
advantage again.
advantage, yeah.
And I get in charm advantage and being put to sleep.
Gone. It's gone for the day.
Well, at least it's just today.
Just the day. You got 2 more days. Hopefully you don't roll bad on the day of your court date and are like hacking up a lung the entire time.
It's like, I would definitely use a Fey suppression plague for that.
So you guys have 2 full days. You have all of the first and all of the second to research, to get supplies, whatever you guys think you want to do. The machine is ready to go. If there's anything, Nico, that you want to show the party or vice versa, whatever you guys want to do, you guys have 48 unfettered hours before the court date.
I think the whole end of the month, Nico and I would be working on like figuring out the Fey suppression stuff, and then the whole next day I would be doing that as well. And then the day before my court date, I'd be prepping with Moss, even though I have no idea outside of just telling the truth of what happened, how to defend myself, like what we could do. If Moss has any like pointers of how to like present oneself in court, since I've never been to court and stuff like that. Outside of being like formal and stuff like that. Is that a bird?
There's a bird in this lab.
Oh, sorry, there's a magpie outside.
Oh my god, that was so loud. Holy.
That was on my window.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I actually thought that was on the soundtrack because there is an animal room, by the way.
Yes.
Well, it's a science lab, so they're like testing animals, but there is an animal room.
No animals.
Aqua, close your eyes.
That is where Mork was leading Aqua, but Aqua didn't follow Mork down the stairs.
Aqua trying to fucking spill the tea.
Yeah, Mork was trying to spill the tea. But make another alchemy check for the second day.
Do I have advantage?
yes,
helping me?
Yeah, Nico is definitely helping.
Happily. Sleepily, but happily.
I'm gonna guidance myself. 18 plus 4, 21.
The aggressive meowing.
20.
Why is he meowing so loud?
He's trapped in a cage.
Poor kitty.
Poor kitty. 21. The second day, you because you don't have another full vial from the machine, you use what's in there with Nico's permission, which is barely a third of a day's use. And since it's not going to help you, you add it to one of your Fey suppression flasks to see how they interact, and then redistill it and retest it. And you learn that at least part of the compound that you need to continue your research on a potential permanent cure is Fey essence. It is definitely a key. You cannot accomplish your goals without it. From what you have done, from what you are witnessing, besides raw ether, which you're never going to be able to get enough of to give to everyone with the Fey plague, you need raw Fey essence in order to make a cure.
Raw. So this is not even raw. Like, this is raw, but it's
You're
not.
adding raw essence to your blood, which is not raw. It is heavily diluted. So you basically need to add Fey essence back into the blood. But, as described by Nico, you guys are kind of permeable and it's leaking out anyways. So you still haven't solved that problem on why it's dissipating back. You have a couple theories, I'm sure, but...
Yeah. I think before we develop a cure, we have to figure out why it is leaking.
Why we leak and or what's taking it. Where does it go? That's the real question.
Do you think something between planes is taking it?
Maybe there's something like the Feywild is very close to the prime material, so maybe there's something just lurking, and all it is, it's like one of those giant fish with the mouth that like sucks to stuff, like to rocks, and it's just sucked onto the plane like a giant sucker and just got like bleh, and like sucking it all out. I don't know.
Something
Just to
gathering
clarify,
power.
With talking to Moss's mom, did she say they're still taking the essence currently, or
was not specified.
Okay, damn it, that I definitely meant to ask that. Fuck.
You can ask her next time you talk to her.
Yeah, you just call
Mommy
her up.
telling us the
Yeah,
secrets.
just next time.
Be
we
like,
talk.
yo, mommy. Essence.
Mother?
Mother.
Moss will walk out of his room with all of his accoutrements returned, and walk back up the tower to go see the laboratory.
Okay. Y'all are in the laboratory. Who else is in the lab? Because you guys are in the alchemy room.
I'm probably hanging out there, just like... Yeah.
Just vibing.
There's
I was like, I
books,
fucking hate science.
He's not good with
research.
science. He's just kind of like, I don't know what any of this is, but I also don't want to go anywhere right now, so I'm going to sit here quietly in this room and do nothing.
Hell yeah.
Could I
time to relax.
explore a little and see if I can find some kind of library?
Absolutely. Exploration here is fairly self-explanatory. You find one of the floors is dedicated. It seems to be more of a study than a library, but there are tall circular bookshelves full of research papers, spined books, loose books, books in like binders. There's lots of stuff in here. Yeah.
Cool. The chances are low, but I'm gonna try anyways. I want to see if there's anything about druid stuff or animals or
Maybe that druid circle is supposed to be nearby.
Make a
Or-
investigation
Yeah,
check.
or whatever Niall just said. That
Niall
whispered
whispers
down
from the
hall.
corner of the room as they walk into the library as well.
He just pops in like the druid
Don't forget
circle
about
and
the
then
circle.
leaves.
I was like, oh yeah, the circle. I forgot.
All those
Oh my
notes.
God.
All those notes. Just,
Okay, you don't understand. This is. I'm halfway through my book.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Make an
This is so
investigation check, and I will give you advantage since Niall is now in the room to help you.
He wasn't really. But I can be there. I can be there. Never mind. Yeah, I'll be
you're
there.
there now. You're done
Okay.
drooling at all the
Investigation,
machinery
you said?
in the top floor. Yeah.
Aqua's upbeat personality is just nice to be around.
Yeah, you have to be around.
Where else would I be?
16.
16. You and Niall spend a couple hours looking through a book that seems to be the recorded history of the elemental druid circles. The circles that existed pre-Mercy that were tasked with the responsibility of not only protecting the portals that existed throughout Patria, but also specific to Valena in this book, these elemental portals. So to the north, there was a massive elemental plane of fire portal located somewhere near Thunderall. To the west, kind of in the direction of Analthier, there was a elemental portal to the water plane. And there are some other links there. It also speaks about how the slow reemergence of druidic culture, specifically around the Vestarian elves, has started to be noticed. And in fact, a druid circle to the slightly to the north and slightly to the west of Flintgate has recently reformed. And they worship one of the aspects of Kaistus. They worship Tyr, the eagle.
Wait. Which way of Flintgate? West?
Slightly
west, what?
north, slightly west.
So, northwest. Gotcha. Interesting. What does it mean? I don't understand. Okay. Are there pictures? Can I write this somewhere so Aqua doesn't forget?
There is no map to the settlement. As is the nature of druids, they tend to hide in the forests. But one thing that is kind of neatly drawn out is a scientific diagram of the symbol of the Wildbringer of Kaistus, which usually is a large oak leaf with a specific aspect on it. So, in this case, it would be the eagle. It is instead a depiction with diagramical ledgers that seem to reference an undoing of sorts, that this leaf is no longer whole, similar to when an autumn leaf falls and is stepped on and is crunched and cracked by the wind as it's thrown about. This leaf has been separated into
Weird.
7 pieces.
Am I getting that corpse circle vibe? Because wasn't that 7?
It was.
Yeah, okay, alright. Oh, fuck. I nudge Niall. Not Niall.
What?
Remember when we went in that basement of the guy I already forgot?
Oswald's.
Became it Oswald, thank you. Thank you, God. Oswald, he oh, sorry.
Don't give me that complex.
Sorry, God's talking to me again. Anyways, so Oswald's in the basement, and we saw that, like, just the torso of that cat person in the blood
Yes,
circle.
I remember very vividly. Thank you for the very descriptive recollection.
Yeah, not a problem. It's that this is kind of divided in 7 pieces, like a circle. I don't know. It's giving me the weird same vibes. I'm kind of scared. Do you know anything?
Do I know anything? I'm guessing not, because this isn't
No.
really my expertise.
You have the exact same information that Aqua does. It does seem to be the same animals that you found in the circle of corpses that made up that weird shrine. You see, as described before, a white bear pelt, a tortoise shell, the antlers of a stag, a white lion-like fur, eagle feathers, a black panther hide, and a stretched skin of a frog.
I hate this so much.
I'm definitely going to say this is a little too coincidental to be not intentional.
You, do you think Nico would know anything about this? I mean, it is in her tower.
Doesn't hurt to go ask.
Yeah, let's go do that.
All right.
Nico, 2 clowns come charging into the alchemy lab.
Do the thing where you turn and you like almost slap something important off a table. Just
It is I.
It is
Hello.
me.
Nico.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So pardon me, but I was snooping around and I came across your library type study place, and then do you understand what this circle means? And I point at the symbol.
So, the depiction is of a leaf that represents the symbolic symbol for Kaistus, the god of nature, the Wildbringer. But it is bisected into 7 pieces. And next to each piece is a little diagram line that has a little ledger notation, and it references what I just described: the white bear, the tortoise, the stag, the white lion, the eagle, the black panther, and the frog.
It is the aspects of Kaistus, all illustrated, and I guess physical chunks of animals that represent Kaistus.
You don't know anything else? Like, why
I'm-
do you have this here? Why do you have druid stuff here?
Oh, it's all in the essence of the study of the different planes. Because, druids are important, historic, a little bit old school, keepers of the gates between the planes. So, we take their work and we iterate on it and we improve upon it and we actually do research on it. So, we always have things to learn from our ancestors, even if it's a little bit, No offense.
No, I'm surprised we can even open portal. No one's taught me really anything, so I'm kind of winging it along the way.
Right. I don't think you open portals, more so as just keep them safe, keep them open, guard them. It's difficult to tell. Have to go ask a druid elder, which they're difficult to find.
Fuck, that explains a lot of stuff. Okay,
But-
all right.
No, the primordial planes are also just like the Feywild and the Shadowfell are very much adjacent to the prime material. So, you just wiggle your way through a little bit and you're like a worm eating through an apple. You just jump through the skin. And you're right there.
Is it working? No.
Yes. You don't know until you try. That's the best part about science, I think.
That's fair.
I think.
Yeah, we'll put it that way. But
okay.
unfortunately, I don't have any more wisdom. The deities are not something I'm largely familiar with. I just know it as
Neither.
Kaiser.
That's why I'm asking. Okay, that's fair. Okay. I need to talk to Greg. Who needs to talk to Nog? Okay. Okay, thank you. Keep going. And I scurry off.
Right then.
You,
Again.
you body check an unseen servant by accident. Just-
Oh no.
Sorry. Imaginary friend, I'm so sorry. I'll find you later.
So, may I ask why there's a bunch of invisible platters floating around?
Oh, because it's about every 3 hours. You know, you don't want your blood sugar to crash. So you've gotta keep up with your snacks. So the magical servants they're on a schedule. They deliver food. Because you get very focused while you're researching, and sometimes you stay up for nights at a time. And you gotta make sure you don't get peckish. That's it.
I see.
Yeah, they do other things too, but they're just on an automated schedule because otherwise I forget to eat.
Wizards.
All right, then. Well, thank you for your hospitality, even if it's sort of unintentional.
It's they can count the amount of people in the tower, so they're feeding everyone.
Quite
So hopefully
impressive.
everyone likes what's. I can change what they make, but if anyone has any special requests, please let me know.
Of course, I'm not picky myself, but thank you for the offer.
Of course.
All right. We move to the second, the day before the trial is set to begin. You guys have mostly finished preparing, I imagine. Your rations are all taken care of. Moss, have you stayed up all night?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! Make a Constitution saving throw.
Although staying up, trying to communicate with it.
Okay.
However possible that might be.
Give me.
You said Constitution?
Yes, but before that, give me a charisma saving throw.
That is a plus 22.
The night of the first of Makor, you re-listen in your mind to your mother's words. What are you feeling? Are you angry? Are you frustrated? Are you determined?
Scared but determined. To basically put an end to it, or try to establish some sort of connection without allowing it to go crazy.
Okay. Knowing yourself as well as you do, where on your body do you consider yourself the weakest?
Like extremities?
Yeah.
Probably his arms.
As you concentrate on whatever it means to let the beast forward enough that you can maybe communicate, that you can ask what it wants, your arms begin to glow that miasmic purple, yellow, blue, green.
Whoa.
You feel a presence in your mind. What do you try do with it?
Can you hear me?
Your arms kind of flare. Definitively, yes.
Dim for no, flare for yes. Are you meaning to kill people?
It dims.
Are you aware that's what you've done?
No change.
Their bodies are left empty and pass away. Are you aware of that fact?
It flares again. Brightly.
Does this have something to do with the Fey Plague?
No change.
Can you speak?
In your head, you have a memory of that scene in the Silver Elephant Saloon. The aftermath. Smiley standing, eyes bleeding that same miasmic energy.
What race was Smiley?
Human.
So Smiley can speak for you, or you could speak through someone like Smiley? Sorry, answer the first one first.
It dims.
Meaning that Smiley does not speak for you, but can I speak to you through someone in that situation?
It brightens violently, like fire emanating from your arms.
Do you want to talk?
You get another memory. Cold wind blowing on your face, your hair blowing. No hat, no purple suit. Your old noble clothes. A woman walking away from you down a road of an abandoned village. And little specks of light are following her. And as you watch, more light is being added. Little floating orbs of energy. That same miasmic, tie-dye-like coloration.
You know her?
It glows.
That's why you didn't take her?
No change.
Or was she taken already?
No change.
Is she Fae?
Dim.
Is she a friend?
You begin to feel your control over the Reaper fading. The longer you continue this, the harder it will be to keep them out.
If you get out, would you leave people alone until we can figure out how to help them properly?
In the same instance that the light dims to signify no, you get that memory of Smiley again.
You want to make them all like Smiley?
No change.
I need to find somebody. Is there any way to speak to you without her in the meanwhile?
You get a memory of the first time you received something that you had made, the sling that you keep your orb in,
Mm-hmm.
and you're putting the orb into it and kind of rubbing it for good luck.
We can communicate through the orb. Boss waits. Yes?
No change.
I guess that's our best bet then, huh? Just an idea?
Your hands are getting brighter because the power is spreading.
Moss will reach and grab the orb.
Okay. Do you fight back? As you touch the orb, you feel similar to what you saw with Soren the other day, the magnetism.
Like, drawn to it?
Your hands are
To the
fire.
Orb? Oh, to the fire.
Sorry, the fire is being drawn to the orb.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, it'll get closer to it.
You feel more than you see as you slowly crack your back and grow larger and larger and feel the control of your being lapse and
Desperately
then
clinging.
return as the Reaper is pulled into the orb.
Moss looks at the orb,
It's brighter.
looks at themselves. Are you in there?
The orb's definitively brighter.
It's brighter. But he still asks the orb.
No response.
Moss sits down and is going to try and activate the orb.
Okay. As you are attempting that, Soren, it is the day before your trial.
Yeah, dog.
I imagine at some point you're gonna knock on Moss's door to go over strategy.
Yeah, I'm looking for.
You have to find Moss in the maze.
It takes some time for sure.
I'm gonna cast locate. I'm gonna cast locate object on Moss's fucking orb.
Let's go, dude. You find Moss, no problem, and you walk into him meditating on the orb. The orb looks strangely bright. But Moss, you hear the door open.
I don't even knock. I just walk in.
Yeah, you just walk in.
No, I do the one knock and open, letting him know.
Moss doesn't even flinch. He's still very focused on the orb.
You could say that he's pondering it.
Yes. The pondering.
At least for the moment, the orb does not respond.
I've learned a few things. But what did you need?
I figured we go over, or at least discuss what we are going to do for the trial tomorrow. I know.
Do we have any information about how the Lotharian court runs?
We can find it.
Yeah, I would probably suggest starting with asking Nico, because Nico seemed very caught off guard that you were...
I think after I talk to Moss, I think I would go talk to Nico about how the Lotharian court is run and how it how you present yourself to them and how it's how they decide your fate. If it's if it's peers or if it's just judges,
innocent,
or it's just depend if you I don't know, have to prostrate yourself before Lothar.
You go to Nico. Nico, you've probably left the alchemy lab for a little bit, I imagine. You're tinkering on your own stuff. Not too long after you left Soren to do his own thing, he reappears.
Moss is there too.
Moss is there too, yeah. His lawyer is there too.
Yeah, I forgot to ask, but how does one go about being in a Lotharian court? How do you, what is it? What is the setting? What is the decorum? What is...
Well, Nico, not needing to make a roll, you've never been to the Lotharian court. You have been to tribunals before, mainly petitioning the court, mainly the inquisitory branch, for specific access to certain things. So you have some books on formalities and etiquette. One of them happens to have a loose introduction to the upper courts, aka the Lotharian courts. Enough that you can teach them a few things, so I'll just go over it quickly so that you guys are aware. The Lotharian court is manned by the champion of Lothar, the high judicator of the Lotharian court.
Sure, he's a lovely dinner guest.
His name
Greg
is Timothy Chalamet.
It's the toad?
Sorry. He has an NPC page.
Wrong.
Hold on.
Not toad.
Oh, apologies.
He's
Lord
Balance. It's Richard.
He's just gonna
Dick Balance.
No.
He just works for the guy that'll tell you to do something and then get mad at you for dying before you can do it.
Yeah, Lothar. So Lothar's champion, the High Judicator, his name is High Judicator Tobias.
Oh my god.
K.
Yeah, High Judicator Tobias, champion of Lothar.
His name's Toby.
His name's Toby.
That's Nick's cat's name, isn't it?
Not Tobias. I don't think it's just Toby. I think
it's just Toby. I'll take it.
And he wears the vestige of Lothar, a beautiful set of plate armor, filled with various topaz gemstones of varying engravements, designs, size, shapes, runic enchantments, you name it. And this armor allows him to speak with your soul directly.
Oh my god.
In order to
Damn.
reach beyond.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna find some shit that they don't like.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna see some things that they might not want to see.
Yeah. Basically, in order to not have to deal with the bullshit of people who think they can lie to God's champion. I mean, you could certainly try. You could certainly try.
Well,
Perjury.
is it lying if you don't know you're lying?
That's true. That's true.
That's why they're looking in your soul.
The
That's why
truth
you're
is in
looking
the
your
eye of
soul.
the beholder.
It's very hard to curse a soul.
Yeah, because Tobias is actually a beholder.
Yeah.
It's true.
He
The
uses
truth is
disguise
in
really well.
his beholder eye. I think that's the saying. I think
Beholder.
that's actually the original saying.
Beholder.
Okay, hold on.
What?
Is important. It is.
Please say that
I
again.
don't.
Pardon me.
No, please don't say it again.
I never said it.
It's called the
Sure.
Lionheart armor, by the way. It's antique armor forged from orange topaz and platinum dragon
You
scales.
said the Lionheart armor?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know it.
platinum dragon scales and topaz crystals and gemstones.
Oh my god.
It's very, very pretty. Yeah, maybe you can steal it from Lothar's champion.
Steal it off of his body.
Yoink it.
Pickpocket.
I'm sure he takes it off every night.
While he's changing into his PJs.
Which are topaz encrusted as well.
The point of having a representative, they're not called lawyers, but the point of having a representative with you is not to prove innocence or guilt, because that will become clear. It is to justify against the morals of the God of law and order on
Wait.
if the balance of your crimes is worth, if you're guilty, the balance of your crimes are worth the reason for your actions.
Okay, so it is good to have Moss there.
Basically to vouch for you.
Yeah. He's like, hey man, he may have
He's not
murdered the daughter of the most important congressman, but like, he was asleep.
I was sleeping.
Your Honor,
Hi.
you might have
Just
murdered
the high
several
governor.
children in their sleep, but, and I quote, he was just joking.
He was JKing
He
the
said-
whole time.
He justifies his actions with
After he
"It's
did it,
just
he
a
said,
prank, bro.
Bro.
Just joshing.
Just Josh.
What do you mean there's nothing I
And
can
it's
do?
a
can't
social
say that
experiment.
Any individual
He did it
with
for
malice
fun.
in their heart could drive a rail spike through the base of their skull and say, just
But yes,
Josh.
so Soren, this will be a very easy experience for you, because he will just simply pull your soul out of your bones and talk to your soul, and you'll just kind of lay there and deal with it. And
Oh
and
my
Moss,
God.
it will just be like, yeah, that sounds like something he could do, but can I tell you about the Fey Plague? This man is on a mission to cure the world. It's okay that he killed
He's
the
a
daughter of a
philanthropist.
congressman, because
He's a
pretty
philanthropist.
cool
What he is
dude.
going to- because his value to society is bigger than hers.
Ask not what Soren did to Lady Anator. Ask
So
instead
that's
what
what
Soren
Soren
can
is
do for you.
Does Soren
I hate
tell...
Ask not what you can.
Well, having this
Does Soren-
information, what do you guys discuss?
Yeah, how do you tell Moss to run with that? Like, that you're gonna cure the fate?
Well, I mean, this is all if. I mean, I think it's known, like, you can kind of tell, like, Soren has never explicitly said he's going to cure it to anyone outside of maybe Nico right now. And Niall. And Kuno knows, but Kuno's in a painting.
He's in a
He's in a
painting.
fucking painting, and it's gonna rain tomorrow.
No!
Uh-oh.
1 second.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you. Kuno got Mario 64. Oh.
Yeah.
Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum.
But yeah.
So
Um,
you do.
Okay, yeah, I would tell. Since I know that there is a moral high ground argument, I would say,
This was in to get to the end goal, which is curing the plague.
well, not why I killed her, but
You didn't kill her. Don't say that. Don't put that in the
No.
energy,
I mean,
please.
I didn't kill her, but my blade was used to kill her. But so
Oh goodness.
Did you
I know.
ever find the
that's all I
plague?
know. I am trying to find a cure for the Fey plague.
Did you
Nice.
find your dagger?
No, I don't know where my dagger is.
Well, I mean, there you go. That works in your favor.
Yeah, and also if I am not the one who killed her, I could also be, but they don't have a person to accuse. I don't know how often are they just going to put someone to what, death, I assume, because I feel like that's a high.
The punishment for being not convicted of murder, but being found with insufficient moral standing against the charges you face is not death. It is banishment. You would be banished to another plane.
Which one?
Roll a d20. No, you don't know. It doesn't specify. Although I do need you to make a save
19.
for me really quick.
Me?
I was supposed to get you to roll this last session. Sorry, 1 second. You need to make a...
Get screwed upon?
a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. 19.
19. Okay. Continue to discuss strategy, or we can move to your arraignment hearing.
So I'm basically going to be there to tell them why they shouldn't punish you if you're guilty, and do I do anything if you're innocent?
I don't think
Or
so.
am I supposed to, like, guide the process along? Like, oh, he didn't mean to kill that one person. That was unrelated.
Unrelated murder.
Yeah, they're going to see all the people I have killed.
Have you... I mean, not to make any assumptions about the quality of your character, but have you ever illegally killed someone?
Well, you watched me kill that goblin, and
I'm
illegally.
in the I've noticed
Like
in the
a
Prime Material, they don't have quite the same respect for goblins as they do in the Feywild. So
No.
I don't know if that will be an issue.
Yeah, it is very sad, but
So does not give a shit
They
about
were,
goblins.
yeah.
But no, not necessarily.
Right.
A few times maybe. Usually, mostly in either it's us. It was us bringing. We did say like our father sent us on missions to like get people who or investigate.
Were you
like-
dealing out like vigilante justice?
Not justice, but bringing
Not justice.
people who,
Justice.
not justice, but people
Your
who displayed,
father sent you out to take prisoners.
yeah, who displayed similar powers to ours, or rumored to be, and we took him, and he did things to him.
Right.
But we were just aiding him in that we didn't actually do the experimenting or killing.
Well, that's easy to swing as far as the emotional
listening
abuse.
to my father.
and- Yeah, the domestic abuse from your father forcing you to. That's easy. But
That's easy.
yeah, so. Okay. I mean, as long as you didn't actually murder them, not that I think you would have of your own free will, more so I'm hoping nobody magically compelled you to do it. Or otherwise, but guess we'll find out when we get there.
All right. Are just the two of you going, or is the whole squad rolling up?
Well, I'm going
Can
to see
we
this
sit
shit.
in the gallery?
Are they?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do people watch this shit?
Absolutely, they do.
They
Including
probably still stone people here.
including the father of the victim.
Oh my god!
Who is the parent?
Who is the parent of the
You
victim?
know, is
Their
that certain
name-
high gov?
Kalis.
their
HG?
name-
Kalis.
HG.
Delanor.
Yeah,
Kalis.
it's your dad.
Kalis. Caleb, Dr.
Oh my
Caleb.
god, Dad, is that you?
His
Eleanor.
name is High Governor Kalen Anator.
Ah!
Oh, the victims.
Uses
The victim's
Ah.
presentation
Not
to
my
make
father.
His suit like black and more formal.
I've been wearing my black
I was muted that whole time. I was saying the answer.
high. Oh my god. Okay, well I'm not as nervous now. My father's not in attendance.
No, your father's not dead.
This is just the daughter.
Just the High Governor of the District of Inquisitry.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, one of the high governors of the Ansel
Deep
Republic.
down-
It's fine.
Deep
Yeah,
down,
well.
Soren and Moss, we can take him.
We
The most
could
powerful
take.
wizards
Okay.
ever.
We can take him.
Like a level 25 wizard.
Yeah, well.
We can take him.
You've been
He's still not
10th
scared.
level
He's still not
spells.
scared. He's still not scarier than my father.
I'll just let let it out of the orb and go sleepy.
Exactly.
Ah!
That might work.
Oh, but then I'll die.
But
I mean, you
then
didn't die
I'll
last time.
Well, I didn't. I survived once, so maybe I'll survive again.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
It is the 3rd of Maycor. I would like those affected to please roll on the Fey Plague table.
Do I
Alright.
have a hidden vial that I can lend for the trial?
You
Fine.
do. You do, yes.
I got a 4.
I will then give Soren, it's a big day and I need you, so not a time to throw up. And I'm gonna give
Right.
him the vial. An additional vial of Fey Essence.
Okay.
Okay.
You can
well,
pocket it. You don't need it today, Soren,
Yeah,
but she
I
doesn't know
feel-
that, so you pocket
I
it for
feel-
later.
I was about to say I feel, but then I'm just like stop myself. I'm like,
Thank you. I'm definitely going to use this for research. What'd you get, Niall?
4.
Hey, feeling good.
So for once, I'm fine.
You're fine. What about you, Nico?
5.
Oh, no. That's not fine.
Not fine.
Roll a d4.
3.
3. You sleep in 3 hours.
No.
Now, your party could take you. You are magically asleep. You would have to
Who
be.
now?
You'd have to be. No, Nico.
Nico's asleep.
Having a snooze.
I think I would tell Niall and Aqua to take Nico because when they wake up, they might be good moral support to have.
So basically, we're going to carry her to the courtroom.
Can you put me in a baby Bjorn? I'm pretty small.
Wait, what? It is in the morning, I assume. Right, Tyler?
You were told to be there before the sun hit the top of the sky.
So noon.
Okay, so
I knew.
I mean, by then Nico would be awake, I guess, but I'd
Should
probably
be,
get
yeah.
there early just because I didn't want to show like
Yeah, you gotta sign
you know,
in.
people judge people for being on time, quote
It's
unquote.
true. It's true.
If you're not 10 minutes early, you're late.
New color.
All right, well, as soon as Nico's awake, we're heading right over there because I am not missing this.
Mm,
Agreed.
All
You
right.
guys sound so excited.
Y'all head in.
Also, before they left, Moss would have said to Nico, I spoke to my mother, by the way. She hasn't noticed what you've been doing, and apparently there is, I'm apparently supposed to help solve the Fey Plague. However, no part of the solution can depose the ascendancy, which I don't reckon it will, but I digress. Was a overdue conversation.
Wonderful. So
But-
I'm not going to get murdered when we enter the Feywild?
No, only if you try to siphon any Fey creature's essence.
Oh, well, I'm not siphoning their essence. It's just from the atmosphere. You know, it's in the rain. We'll just like stick our
It's
tongues
in
out
the
for a while.
rain.
Yeah. I mean, it was just in the air when they took it too, so.
Right. No eyes for an eye.
And Moss will tip his hat before going.
Respect it.
Okay. You guys head to the Octorus Ring,
The court.
to the High
Also,
Lothorian
Moss
Court.
just carries the orb now. It's not sitting in the sling anymore.
You're just manhandling it like a basketball.
I know, I'm holding it like a friend,
All right.
like a little buddy.
Oh.
Okay.
Oy, oy, oy.
So, everyone heads to the High Lothorian Courts. By the time you get there, or at least not long after, Nico, you come to being carried by Aqua and Nile. But
Snuggles.
everything is good.
Yeah.
Ross and Soren, you guys enter the chamber. You are contacted by an administrator, a half-orcish man, in a very snazzy business suit.
Delightful lobby music.
Yeah, and he takes your information, takes your name, assigns you a court number, like a docket number. But the High Lothorian Court does not see too many cases, and so you are the only one on the docket. You are court to 0.
Moss makes sure that they record his full title
Okay.
in this one
Hell
instant.
yeah. What's your full title?
Moss
give it to it.
Moongrove, second son of the Lady of Nights. Was it chosen negotiator of the Ascendancy? Something super long and extravagant.
I love it. I'm here for
Just so they know.
Just because it amuses him to mess with people.
it. And make this poor administrator write out your entire title.
Yeah. Because now somebody's gonna have to read it.
Oh god, the bailiff.
The bailiff is gonna have to read it. You guys head in.
I'm honestly, I'm surprised that no one like kept me in like a cell.
Yeah.
But they
I guess
figured that.
there was no proof other than you woke up next to them covered in their blood.
Yeah, but I'm the only victim that I know of, so.
Yeah.
Or perp, I should
Suspect.
say. Suspect.
I mean, victim's not far off with what's gonna happen in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Show us on the doll where they touched you.
You
My
guys
soul.
are brought into a gallery chamber for those of you in the audience. Moss, you are oddly treated like a prisoner alongside your client.
Do they
And you
manacle?
are locked in a cell with them, alone. There's no one else around you.
Is the cell tall enough?
Oh yeah, this place is
Okay.
huge. This place is
Okay, cool.
magnificently oversized. And you wait.
Do you think they put us both in the cage just for posterity's sake, or do they actually think I might do something?
I feel like
Or am I here like for your moral support so you don't get lonely?
I feel like they don't necessarily care because maybe people who will come here don't necessarily have support.
I was mostly joking.
I figured you were joking. But thinking about that makes me feel a little bit better, so I'm
exactly the same. Right.
I don't know what's going to happen to me.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'd sooner fall asleep than let them get away with, like, murdering you on the spot.
Yeah, I feel like I'm due a fate worse than murder if I am found guilty. Because it is banishment, so who knows what place I will end up if I... Not that I will, but it's more...
Do you think they'll banish me with you?
I hope not.
That would
Because
be a turn of events.
that sounds... not...
I don't know. I
justified.
mean, I feel like anything can happen when the prime deity, like, literally killed almost everybody.
Yeah.
I feel like anything's on the table.
Yeah, it's possible.
They're pretty wild.
Yeah, you sound excited.
You sound excited.
I mean, I'm not excited to see anything bad happen to you. I'm just excited to undermine the, the democracy.
I mean, you're excited.
Undermine democracy.
You're excited for showing for that. I figured you wouldn't wish me ill will because you wouldn't be here if you did.
Right. No, I'm mostly excited to see just how silly this whole thing is. Because in the Feywild, we don't, like, rip people's souls out and interrogate them. We just ask them, hey, did you murder this person? And, usually we can just compel them to tell the truth without tearing out their soul.
You ask them enough.
Everyone makes their soup a little different, all right?
And also, like, murder's a lot more flippant in the Feywild a lot of the time.
Uh-huh.
Like, you could just be walking down the street and somebody, like, scampers up to you. And that's it. You've just been stabbed in the stomach.
If I am not conscious, can you tell me what my soul looks like?
Yeah, of course.
I want to know how the sausage gets made, please.
Wait,
I'm curious if you can see it, that is.
I'm gonna take lift up the orb, and I'm gonna
take a picture
message to Aqua. Aqua, if you see Soren's soul removed from his body, try and draw a picture of it. Muted.
Wow, what am I using to draw with? What?
Ask Nico if she has any paper and pens. She probably does. I imagine she likes to take notes.
Okay, I could do that. I will draw Soren's soul coming out of his body. Okay, I will
was
try.
just staring like, what the hell's going on?
Because I imagine Aqua saying this all out loud.
Yep, 100%.
I am.
Everybody
100%.
outside of the cage just sees, like, Moss whispering into this orb.
Is there anyone nearby?
There's nobody in earshot or eyesight of you. About 20 minutes later, and for you guys in the gallery, at the moment that the sun shines directly down on the central dais,
Oh my god.
That kind of goes hard.
the dais begins to spin as if on a corkscrew and lower. You two in the cell below hear this and see this staircase begin to materialize out of what looked to be a solid pillar inside your cell.
Moss is like trying to stifle like a grin or like a giggle as it's happening.
Just so giddy, and Sword's like, oh fuck.
Literally pissing himself right now, yeah. And you guys get on the dais and it reverses and begins up. There is no one in the courtroom besides about 70 or 80 people in the gallery.
Jesus, all these people are just probably like, oh, did you hear Ape Anator died? Let's go see that son of a bitch who murdered her.
There are a lot of very important looking people. There are a lot of well-dressed mages. One of them kind of spits in your direction at the moment of seeing you.
Prestidigitate it out of the air.
It's nowhere near you, but yeah, you could yeet it out of midair, no problem.
Are we in the court?
I prestidigitate it back into his mouth.
Oh no! Yeah, you guys are in the gallery, so you guys have taken.
Cool. You just hear me go.
Little clap,
This
little
isn't really a
clap.
clapping
Yeah.
Oh,
method.
no.
You're supposed to say quiet.
Yay, murder!
Looks over to Soren. This is really honestly adorable. Like, it's supposed to be super intimidating.
A moment later, while the sun is still directly above you, a group of elderly-looking humans, all humans, filter into the chamber wearing long white robes accented with orange, kind of topaz colors, and they take seats at 6 raised stations around you on this central dais. Not making a sound, barely hearing a footstep in this very large, very empty chamber. They begin to filter into the room. A moment or two passes as you guys are kind of looking around, taking it in. Moss is kind of smirking and rolling his eyes, finding this adorable. A man begins to approach from the direction of the large throne on the western side of the chamber where you guys were facing when you came up. And you can hear him before you see him, the large sound of heavy scales. Moss, this sounds not dissimilar to your brother when he moves around. The nature of this chamber creates a magnification as the High Judicator approaches.
Do you think he killed for that?
I assume he got it because I don't know how one becomes a champion of a god. If he
I know,
is.
but I mean, like, did they kill a dragon or two for that? That seems a little unnecessary.
Well, it depends on what it's made of, right?
It looks like it's made out of dragon scales, and it sounds like a dragon.
You
That's what my
begin
brother
to
sounds
see
like.
him appear, a tall human man fully dressed in heavy plate mail made of interlocking platinum dragon scales, not a single one chipped or damaged or blemished. And heavy set on a wheel are 9 strikingly beautiful pieces of topaz in this like sun-like arrangement representing the 9 children of Kaela on Lothar's breastplate, the Lionheart armor.
I make sure the orb has a good view of what's going on.
The same administrator that read you your docket number walks quietly up from opposite of the throne. There's a little underground passageway and enters onto the platform beside you holding a scroll.
Do I see that one guy who did my truth thing? Can I look around?
Yes, that is one of the elders around you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Give him finger guns.
The court will now begin proceedings against the soul of one Soren Delanor, High Judicator Tobias von Larsen, champion of Lothar, head of High Courts of Patria, designate reader of the Book of the Children, speaker for the Council of Five, and first rider of the Knight of Graces, is present.
Too long of a title.
The man who, now taking in the fact that he is wearing very, 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 very large armor, is probably no more than 5'9", 5'10", maybe 6 foot tall. He is a human. He is humanoid. Steps forward, not sitting in this throne.
Looks a little uncomfortable.
This will not take long, dear Soren. You've already been cleared of being conscious of the murder of Lady Anator. That is not why you are here today. Do you understand what is being charged against you?
I do.
And you have brought counsel to aid in determining the moral depth of your soul.
I did.
Very well. Second son, please step back.
Moss takes one step backwards.
Probably fairly large since he has a.
Yeah, you got a big gate. It's like a decent step, actually.
All right, I'm ready to draw.
Soren, you feel a little tickle in the center of your chest as the High Judicator taps the gem closest to his clavicle, the one at the top. And you feel like in the same spot in your body is kind of pulled forward, like you're physically pulled forward, and he begins to turn and kind of manipulate the scales on the armor, and these little beams of orange light kind of latch onto you and pull you forward onto your knees.
Oh, fuck.
And as you fall unconscious, you catch a glimpse of your soul being thrust forth out of your body. A interesting sight.
Okay.
A very pale-skinned, long black hair, shorter than you are, although it's hard to tell. You're not standing. Your soul isn't standing, neither are you, so it's hard to tell. The soul that is pulled forth is curled up as if in a cocoon, floating in front of you, with this white, pale skin, white, pupilless eyes looking back at you as it rotates in the air. A massive set of scars across its face and mouth as you fall unconscious.
How do I draw?
How does one draw?
How do I do it?
What the fuck is that? All right.
The questioning begins. And it is explained to you by the administrator next to you, Moss, that you are allowed to ask Soren's soul questions that would maybe provide context for some of the answers. Kind of like cross-examination.
Okay.
But
so
there
like
is...
if they ask a question and I think there's a better way to ask it.
Exactly.
Okay.
There is no lying. There is no... you are asking someone's fiber to tell the truth, and it does not know what lying means.
Mm-hmm.
The High Judicator sits down and does not speak, as the various elders around Soren begin to ask questions. Did you travel along the train to Flintgate under false pretense?
I did.
With her or on the train? Because you didn't travel on the train under false pretense.
It was left vague.
To a certain degree. I was traveling to Flintgate, and I wanted to not be stuck in the
Economy class.
the economy class as the barracks. So I didn't. I just talked to Ava and used magic to convince her that I was with her, not with her, but a friend of hers. And that was that. I didn't have any. I wasn't lying about where I was going, but yeah.
Moss, do you ask anything to provide more context?
Did you know who the woman you approached was at the time that you did?
No, I did not.
Was your intention solely to stay in a higher quality establishment?
It was.
Accommodations.
And she was alone, making it easier to do so.
What magic did you use to trick such a well-trained elven person?
Ooh, fuck.
Hemomancy.
There's a noticeable whisper amongst the crowd.
Soren, why do you practice hemomancy instead of having learned other forms of magic?
It is what I was taught, and it is what I am good at. And I am one of few who can manipulate their blood in such a manner.
And with your practice of hemomancy, have you ever sought to bring harm or ill will towards any individual? Specifically with the intention of using your hemomancy.
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
You've definitely hurt people before.
Well, not like going out of his way to hurt people. Not like hurting, like the purpose of hurting the person was to hurt them to see what would happen.
I'll let Mac answer that one.
Sometimes.
And was that before or after you left home and left your father?
Before. Maybe a few times after, but as the further away I got from my father, the further away my urges to experiment got.
Who is your father?
Dr. Kalis Delanor.
There is a quieter yet prominent whisper coming from around the governor. And though it may not pertain directly to this summoning, I feel it only necessary to ask what your opinions are on the Star Mother.
Objection, relevance.
Irrelevance.
Might I inquire the intentions of such a question? Not that I feel it is unnecessary per se, but feels out of place.
The same man who asked it looks at you and says, "You may not."
I mean,
What was... Repeat the question again.
What are your opinions of the Star Mother?
Not good. He just leaves it at that.
Are your opinions of the Star Mother poor because of Mother's mercy and the history?
They are not. So that doesn't help my opinion of her.
So you would say that it plays a small portion of your judgment of Kaela?
It does.
The people you fooled to allow yourself entry onto the classification of cart that was well above your station. Did you mean them any harm?
So people I fooled? I mean, like outside of Ava?
The Dragonborn in the other cart, just anyone you interacted with while under the ruse of being would be counted in this. So Logus, the people that you fooled with the help of Ava. I mean, Ava did all the talking, but you were under a guise when you boarded the train. Those people, the conductor.
No, I did not have any ill will towards anyone on this train.
And while you are not on trial for their deaths, do you acknowledge you had a part to play in theirs? And the High Judicator presses on other topaz gemstones, and you see almost like a projector screen the light that is holding Soren's soul pull away, and as they do, they rip off pieces of the soul, and you see the administrator from the station in Dogport lying dead. You see 2 out of 3 of the dragon board with their throats slit. You see Logus
Got murdered?
missing.
No!
Oh, missing. Wait, so all of these people are unaccounted for or dead?
Correct.
And they asked if I had
They
a
say
part to
you are
play.
not in trial for you, like you will not be punished for their deaths, but did you have a part to play in there?
No, I did not have any part to play in their deaths. I woke up and I saw Ava, and I had no idea that the others were dead either.
If I may, I had also spoken to the Dragonborn before shortly before they must have passed away. If not only briefly before they shut the door on me.
We have examined them. We know them to have been slain by the same blade who killed Lady Anator. I believe this blade. And one of the elders holds up your dagger.
Ooh. Where was it found?
Was found in the gorge.
My blade has never touched, or I guess until now, another person's skin besides mine. And I would never use it. I would never use it on another person.
Second son.
Yes?
I would ask, in this presence of a murderer, whether they know what they have done or not, what do you offer as proof of their just decisions, their right to continue to exist and potentially do more harm? And I would ask this knowing that at the end of this, I will command his soul to perform the actions of that night, so we may witness firsthand what he did.
While Soren has never himself been a outwardly compassionate and outwardly feeling individual, it is of no question that he has a higher moral standing than he would even give himself credit for. No individual lives their life free of questionable decisions, some more serious than others, but none are done without influence. And what I have seen in my time traveling with Soren, it's that through his experiences in the world, he's learned to let go of this idea created for him and become a more compassionate and individual person coming into their own. And I feel that to make any decisions that would such end his life would be a monumental shame for the intelligence and the magic he has left to offer the world are quite more considerable than many of us have the privilege ourselves to offer.
You are now going to roll a persuasion check.
Yeah. No one I'd rather have.
Let's go! How is a 28?
Natural 19? Oh my god.
Goddamn right.
Yes.
The High Judicator nods, taking in the information, not really reacting to it. And turns back to Soren, reversing what he did with the souls of these deceased, turning them back into making Soren's soul one again. He again continues to manipulate the armor and kind of dragging around, almost like the armor is made of liquid as he's moving the gemstones around where they have been socketed. And a single beam of light comes out and opens up into what looks to be a well-furnished train cart. You see Soren and Lady Anator sleeping. You can hear the train tracks. And footsteps. Three figures walk onto the train cart. All dressed in dark cloth armor of sorts, very light. No metal. As we see the figures get closer onto the screen, you see three people wearing the same face as Soren. One of them reaches under the pillow that Soren is using and pulls out his dagger. And whispers something in Soren's ear. Moss, make a perception check. Everyone else is too far away.
Can my soul make a perception check?
No, your soul can't. Your soul's sleeping in that bed right now.
That is not bad. Okay, that is okay, really good. 21.
Damn.
I rolled a 15.
You can't make these mistakes again, brother. We won't be here to clean up always.
Fuck.
And
No.
the second that whisper ends, Lady Anator's throat is slit. And the figures walk out. You hear a commotion in the cart ahead where the Dragonborn are. And the projection fades. There is, to put it simply, uproar in the gallery.
Jesus.
Moss is just looking down at Soren, where all like a lot of the confidence that he had just like up and vanishing, but he still gives Soren like a reassuring pat on the shoulder with a half grin, like we got this.
We got this. Cleared on all charges. To put it plainly, the gallery is in uproar, saying that they have the wrong person and the people out there are still out there. You hear 3 people chanting the name of your father.
I'm gonna look at all of the elders and try to clock if any of them heard what I did.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Oh, that's okay. That might be even better inside. Yeah, 22.
Yeah, they heard. They all are kind of like whispering to each other, like, yeah, they caught that.
Soren, is he still able to be asked questions? Like, is his soul back?
Yes, his soul is back into this floating, curled up form.
Do I know what happened? Do I see what happened?
No.
Soren, to your
Not yet,
knowledge, besides Kuno, do you have anyone that you would call brother?
Outside of the speculated person that my mother may... Outside of speculation, no. Just Kuno and maybe a or a half-brother. But I don't know any other sibling.
To your knowledge, the individuals who perpetrated this act did so without your consent.
Yeah, did so? Wait, they did it without... Yeah, I did not give consent for anything.
If you had knowledge that you were being followed by assassins, you would not have had any knowledge of this.
No.
The High Adjudicator stands and puts his hand over the topaz crystal that is projecting the soul of Soren, and the soul drops to the ground. It seems this trial is no longer valid. Final question. He raises you back up with his gloved hand, just pulling you up. Soren Delanor. Who are you?
I don't know.
Again, a murmur in the crowd. How can a soul not know who they are? He releases you. Your soul, rather than hitting the floor, is slowly pulled back into your form, which has grown quite cold. The gallery is still kind of like murmuring. The courts have not shushed the gallery. They're very, very not okay with the fact that you were innocent. The administrator ushers for you to stand up, and the High Adjudicator does not say another word as he leaves, followed shortly by the elders, and then you are lowered into the cell, and then you are released. You are given a writ clearing you of all moral charges, and
Jesus.
because the system is, at the end of the day, a version of democracy, you are cleared of being tried for this same crime again. You cannot be retried.
Double jeopardy, even for murder.
Even for murder.
Let's go.
They know you didn't do it.
Damn. Let's
Any
go.
questions they didn't ask, they can't ask now.
Soren, we definitely need to have a serious conversation when we get back to the tower, because there are some concerns for your safety.
Shortly after the gallery crew joins, if one of you or
I remember
any of you,
I remember all that, right?
yes. If any of you would like to have made a perception check for what some of the gallery was whispering and saying around you, you're absolutely welcome to.
Let's go. I want to hear this.
Wait.
I just didn't want to interrupt the trial itself.
God damn it, Niall.
Wait. I can do
Niall.
this. I can do this.
Niall, you
per-
suck.
Ooh, you said
Oh.
perception,
Sapadoodle?
right?
For Sopadoodle, yeah.
For Sophocles.
19.
19?
Got a 13.
11.
13. Aqua, you picked up on a couple things. You were a little bit distracted drawing the visage of Soren. I almost said Max Soul. Of Soren's soul.
Oh, God.
I mean,
Imagine he pulls out the
technically-
soul and he just pulls out any of our souls and it's just us as the players.
Yeah, it's literally just the players.
And then,
Welcome to the
who are you?
metaverse.
I don't know.
You overheard when the kerfuffle happened about his father being Delanor, Dr. Kalis Delanor. You heard the same three who started chanting his name at the end whisper, "The voiceless is here. They're watching. They're watching."
You want to say that again? The voiceless is here. They're watching. They're watching.
Correct.
Okay.
During the realization that Soren did not kill anyone on that train, which we kind of already knew, but this was a more in-depth look at who did in fact do it. You watched as the High Governor Kalen Anator, the father of the victim, get up and leave, and as he did, you overheard one of his secretaries or assistants that follow him talk about confirming, like, yes, we'll continue to keep an eye on them, of course. Just something about keeping an eye on them. That's it. And you guys rejoin outside to a very clammy Soren.
You did great. Do you want to see a photo?
Yeah, sure.
How well did I do?
Make a performance check. Please roll a nat 1 because that's what the story needs is a nat 1.
Just
here.
two stick
It's
figures.
just a stick figure with really long slime. You just roll a nat 1, didn't you?
No. Natural 20, which gets
Oh!
21.
21.
Oh.
It is a
Artiste.
very detailed depiction of Soren standing or on his knees, kind of holding himself up as a soul is drawn out of him. A white-skinned, long black hair, shorter than you. Very skinny, just, as skinny as Soren kind of is very lithe build. White pupilless eyes, kind of like cocked head looking back at you, with like a massive amount of scarification on the mouth.
Aqua, this is
Where did
a
you get these
a
skills?
crazy amount of detail.
I didn't know you draws that good, but
Well, you see, I was panicking.
Soren just looks at it
didn't know.
confused a little bit, like,
Yeah.
Well, I've never really seen a soul come out of a body before, and the fact that it was one of my friends also really concerned me. So,
My question is, why
just
doesn't it
panicked.
look like him?
That's a good question. Why wait, I hold up the picture to his face.
Zero
Yeah, why
resemblance.
does that not look like? Well, I mean, there's a little. It's got the skinniness and the black hair, and
By that definition, this could have been my soul.
True.
Soren, do you have any idea of your own identity?
I'm Soren.
Your soul said
Because-
that you didn't know.
Yeah, your soul didn't know who you were. And they didn't look like you.
I think Soren's having like an existential crisis now. Just like, it's like what, dude?
And I'm assuming you don't remember what happened when they relived everything.
Mm-mm.
Because there were 3 individuals who looked exactly like you, who called you brother, who were responsible for killing everyone on the train. And they said that they could not keep cleaning up after you.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, do you
it's-
think your father might have?
Perhaps, but I don't know what he gets into. I don't know. He is very secretive. Keeps things close to his chest. Perhaps, I don't know.
Your
I would have to talk
deity,
to-
perhaps.
A what? A deity?
Deity? Your deity,
don't-
perhaps.
Maybe. She doesn't seem to address me as anyone other than myself.
Yes, I just mean, in my personal experience, not everything is as clear as it is at face value.
Yeah.
Not to sow any doubt into your faith, but just to keep an open mind.
Mm-hmm.
But we should keep on the lookout for any more of these individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And I would maybe refrain from practicing any more hemomancy on anyone.
Maybe.
At least, not anyone we don't intend to kill.
Yeah. At least not.
The Dragonborn and
Yeah.
the staff member. Did you cast in front of them?
No. The only person I casted near was Ava. They weren't near, right? The Dragonborns and Logus was already on the train.
Yep. As you guys are having this discussion, the administrator, the orcish man who took your information. Wait, sorry. I believe this belongs to you. Here we go, and gives you back your dagger.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't that supposed to be considered evidence?
I think I got everything I needed from it.
I mean, they know what happened with it.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Not to be macabre, but out of call it curiosity or maybe just a sense of justice, but does the court have any leads on the individuals actually responsible, or any means of divining said individual's identity?
The elders are set to convene next month to discuss further information. However, I do know that the princeps of the royal members, the Dragonborns who were slain, are meeting to discuss action against the crown, and in response to the death of 2 high-ranking members of the royal family, there are likely to be consequences. The assassins must be found.
Yes, of course. And I believe we intend to, help as much as we can, being that the perpetrators were, assuming the identity of my friend. It's not exactly something, we're going to look over lightly, especially when they're murdering important people.
Exactly. Anyways, if you have any more inquiries, you can reach out to the lower courts and give them the case number. But
the arcane, what were their title again that he said? The Dragonborn?
The Princeps.
The Princeps.
Yeah.
The Princeps, is there any way to get a hold of them? If we wanted to pass on any information.
Well, they're located far away. Their royal family members were coming to speak about some business that unfortunately I'm not able to disclose, but they live far
Do they have a
east.
surviving representative?
There was one that is here, I believe. He is under protective custody. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal any information about him. You would have to, again, inquire with the courts.
Through the lower courts, would I be able to send him some sort of postage, like a letter?
You could certainly try.
All right. Thank you for your help.
He runs off. All right, where's the party headed as we wrap up tonight's session? Where are you guys headed? Free and cleared by name. A little clammy, a little unsure of your identity, a little bit of existential crisis, but otherwise intact.
I think it would behoove us to return for the evening to Nico's tower.
I need to go pick up my musket.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you
Wait,
need to go
isn't
pick
it
up
on
the
Whatever
musket.
that is, yes, you should do that. But
on the 3rd.
Soren, I believe, it might be beneficial to have a conversation to come up with some sort of idea.
Maybe let him rest first.
Of course, in the morning if need be. I just don't trust that whatever happened is not going to repeat itself in some capacity. Not that I don't trust Soren, just more so worried than anything.
These things always do come back to bite you.
All right.
Munch.
As
Thank you,
Niall
Aqua.
takes the party to pick up their musket, we will call the session there.
Ooh.
Cool,
Gavel.
that was a beefy one. A lot happened.
Bad.
Next session,
yeah.
Feywild? Question mark. I think it's time. Could
Pull
be
the lever.
fun.
1, 2,
Could be fun.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full pages
Oh
of
my
notes.
God.
Oh my
Who's
goodness.
recap next week?
Not me. I did it this week.
I'll
I
go
believe
into
it's
the
Bear.
ring.
I think it might be Bear.
I think it's
Oh,
Bear.
Yeah,
God.
what's the pin list right now?
You can add me
Well-
into it.
Okay, so Bear then Club.
Bear and then Club, and then
Yeah.
Nico takes over Nick's spot. So that's still like 5 weeks away. That's
And then
not
I'll take over whatever
Nico.
spot. Like I'll just move up one, then you can go after me, Tyler, or something like that. Or
no worries. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Big beefcake session. That is correct. We'll see you guys next week. Same time, 8 Eastern. We'll be here. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, everybody.
The date is 3rd of Malcor. Today, for the first time since taking the mantle of champion, I have been unable to determine who someone is. Their soul is not aware. I felt the shudder of Lothar. This is news to him. I must write to the council and hope that they hear me. Something on Patria moves against reality. What is right